Amish Buggy Murder, written by Samantha Price and narrated by Sarah Morsi. Chapter 1. With a click, the back door of the house swung open to reveal Ettie bearing news from the garden. "The parsley is flourishing like tomorrow's never coming," she announced to her sister Elsa May. "And the basil?" Elsa May asked, perched at the edge of her seat. Ettie dropped her gaze and sighed. "Suffered a rather grubby fate, I'm afraid." Elsa May gasped. "Are you saying those pests have feasted on all our basil?" Ettie nodded. "Yes, but fear not, we'll bounce back with new plants, a net, and an iron will against any winged herb lovers." "But those dreadful grubs." Ettie brightened at an idea. "Ever heard the saying that grubs won't cross eggshells?" Elsa May looked dubious. "Fact or folklore?" "I don't know. Worth trying, right? We can save our eggshells and give the plants an eggshell barrier that will wind around them." "Makes for an interesting gardening tale," Elsa May commented, sinking into her chair. "So what's today's agenda? It's too beautiful a day to waste." "You aren't planning to knit your way through it?" Ettie teased. Elsa May threw up her hands. "Oh, Ettie, even the most avid knitters don't knit sunrise to sundown. I thought you knew me better." Ettie raised an eyebrow. "So, you fancy an outing?" This was rare. Elsa May was usually a homebody. "Well, yes, that's exactly what I'm saying." "What shall we do?" "We could visit our friends, but they'd just trap us indoors again. How about a leisurely walk?" Ettie's jaw dropped. "A walk? You?" Elsa May frowned. "Why so shocked?" "You and walking. It's not a common pairing." Elsa May protested. "I walk Snowy every day, you know." "Only after repeated reminders." Elsa May huffed. "That's an exaggeration. But I'm not in the mood to argue. Let's go. And by the way, is the kitchen clean? I detest returning to a dirty house." Ettie nodded. "Spotless. How about a trip to the markets?" Elsa May's eyes twinkled. "Splendid. And today there's that special market on. The one just past the miller's farm." "The one that sells old things?" Elsa May frowned. "Why would anyone buy old things?" "Some folks have a taste for it. They're called antiques." Ettie chuckled. "Oh, yes. The stuff we used to call stuff." Ettie smiled. "That just about sums it up. You're on your way to becoming an antique yourself." "Which means I'm precious." Ettie chuckled. "Precious to whom?" "To you, of course. You'd be lost without me. I can't even imagine what'll become of you if I fall off the perch first. The heartbreak would probably do you in." Ettie was already daydreaming about vegetable seedlings at the market. "I wonder if they'll have any herbs at the markets." "I'd be surprised if they didn't," Elsa May reassured. "We might be able to replace our basil." Ettie got Elsa May's shoes for her, and then they collected money from their cookie jar savings. As they headed for the door, Elsa May stopped and looked at Snowy. "He's a nuisance at markets." Ettie pleaded. "But he loves new places and the excitement of seeing all the people. Look at him." Elsa May saw Snowy's tail wagging as though he knew what they were saying. Then she looked at their cat, Kelly. "But who'll keep Kelly company if we take Snowy?" Ettie shrugged. "Kelly doesn't care. She sleeps through the day anyway." After some thought, Elsa May relented. "All right, Snowy can come." The trio stepped out the front door with Snowy leading the way. tail wildly thrashing from side to side as Ettie held his leash tightly. "He's your dog, Elsa May. Why am I holding on to him?"
"He's both of ours."
"We'll do it half, then. I'll do it on the way, and you can do it on the way back."
"If you say so."
A few minutes later, Ettie pointed to a signpost. "Take a right turn. Then we should see the markets."
"This is going to take ages," Elsa May grumbled as Snowy stopped to sniff another blade of grass.
Ettie grinned. "It's a good thing we've got all day."
"I didn't know it was this far. My feet are starting to hurt."
"You'll be fine."
"I don't know why you wanted to visit these markets today. We could just go to the regular markets on Saturday like always."
"Me? You were the one who suggested it," Ettie said.
"Well, you didn't have to agree with me."
"If there's one thing I know, you must embrace every opportunity that opens in front of you. That's why I don't say no anymore. I'm a yes person today."
"That explains why you brought my shoes to me earlier," Elsa May chuckled.
"I was just being nice."
"I'll keep that in mind if I need something done. I think I like your yes days."
"You'll be pleased when we get to the markets, and you won't be thinking about your feed. They might have more than just vegetables. They could sell things like jams and pickles."
Elsa May grinned. "Do they sell jams there?"
"I have no idea. I just thought it could be a possibility."
Elsa May halted in her tracks. "That's weird."
Ettie walked a few steps until she turned back to look at her sister. "What's so strange about jams?"
"Nothing. Can't you tell I'm not talking about jams now? Look." She motioned for Ettie to observe the swarm of people gathered around their destination. "It looks like there's some special deal going on. Everyone is out shopping today."
Ettie squinted, taking in the sea of people gathered in one spot. "It feels off, like something's wrong."
"What do you mean, Ettie?"
"I don't hear any noise, and all these people aren't moving." Just then, they heard police sirens in the distance and huddled together as a wave of terror swept over them. Soon enough, 3 squad cars came screeching up to the scene. Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other and then inched closer to get a better look.
Chapter 2. An old man stood at the crowd's edge, and Ettie approached him.
"Excuse me, sir. What's happening?"
The man looked at her with a blank expression. "A man has been killed." Ettie's eyes widened.
"Killed?"
"Yes." He turned away. Elsa May and Ettie stayed beneath the shade of a tree, watching the police secure the scene with crime scene tape around a couple of the stalls. Then Ettie noticed a young woman to the other side of them crying against a tree.
"Elsa May, do you see that woman over there?"
"I see her." Without another word, Elsa May made her way toward the weeping woman.
"Wait up, Elsa May. Let's not interfere,"
Ettie warned. They didn't need any trouble. They were simply there looking for Basil. Elsa May stopped briefly before continuing to approach the distressed woman. "I'm not one to watch from afar when someone needs help," she declared. Once she reached the woman, she leaned down to talk to her. "Are you all right, miss?" The woman looked up at Elsa May and sniffled.
"Who are you?"
"I'm Elsa May, and this is my sister, Ettie." She gestured in Ettie's direction before turning back to the woman. "I'm Solange." Solange clutched her bag tightly to her chest. "Hello, Solange. What happened here?" Elsa May asked while waving her hand toward the crowd.
"Someone's been killed. He was an Amish man."
Solange furrowed her brows as if, for the first time, she noticed they were also Amish. He was Amish? Ettie moved to stand next to Elsa May. Solange nodded. Yes, I knew him. I'm so sorry. Can we get you a cup of juice or a soda? You seem to be in shock, and sugar helps, Elsa May offered. I don't have time to drink anything. I have to go. Solange got up from the bench, and then her gaze dropped to Snowy. Nice dog. She bent down and patted Snowy, who wagged his tail in response. Thank you. As soon as Elsa May said that, Solange rushed away. Ettie shook her head at her sister's boldness. I can't believe you just walked up to that lady and started talking to her like you knew her. You don't know anything about her. She was upset, Ettie. Have some sympathy. Shh. She's coming back. Solange returned and looked at them suspiciously. Are you really Amish women? Elsa May responded with a nod, while Ettie added, We believe so. Elsa May was amazed by her sister's curious answer. So too was Solange, because she continued to stare at them both and was still hugging her bag. Elsa May smiled, then stepped forward and lightly touched Solange's arm. Don't be scared. Did you happen to see anything? If so, you should talk with the police. They'll need to hear accounts from everyone. No, I didn't see a thing. I must go. Solange hurried away. Ettie watched her leave. I wonder what's in her bag that was so important she had to hang on to it as if her life depended on it. Elsa May quietly replied, It was a knapsack. It doesn't matter what it was. Anyway, she's gone now. Let's go this way. Ettie started walking. We can't buy plants now, Ettie. Where are you going? I'm embarrassed by your behavior, talking to strangers and asking them weird questions, and then trying to get her to talk to the police even though she was obviously too upset. She said she knew the man. If he was part of our community, we must find out who he is, or was. I know what you're going to say next. You're going to say that I should have asked her who the man was. Well, yes. However, Ettie stopped talking when she heard a familiar male voice behind them. What's going on here? Both Ettie and Elsa May instantly gulped when they realized Detective Kelly was behind them. Ettie turned around and responded quickly. We're just here to buy some vegetable seedlings. Why are you always in the wrong place at the wrong time? He folded his arms, looking from one to the other. Or the right place at the wrong time, Elsa May responded. Ettie winced at her sister's words. Meanwhile, Snowy had scampered to Detective Kelly and jumped up on his leg, prompting Elsa May to tug on the leash, apologizing for the distraction. The detective looked at each of them again before he said, Do you know anything about the murder? Because I am currently knee-deep in an investigation. We just got here, Ettie said. Elsa May observed the police officers, who were hustling people together in one area. Kelly, hands on hips, gazed at them critically. Odd, you two arriving right after an Amish man is found dead. We may have known him. Have you identified him yet? Elsa May asked. Basil Hertzler. Ettie inhaled sharply. Not Basil. You know him? We are acquainted with him. Elsa May swallowed with difficulty. We came here because insects were feasting on our basil, and now Basil's gone. What in the world is happening? What's the meaning of it all? Elsa May cried out in despair. Ettie cringed once more, this time at her sister's unexpected eruption. Kelly rubbed his neck. Were you here to see him? Had you arranged a meeting? Elsa May drew a deep breath. We didn't know that Basil, the man, was here. We came to purchase herbs. If you don't have a green thumb, you may not realize that basil is also a type of herb.
Yes, and by basil we meant the herb we came to get, not the man,
Ettie added, only to lower her head when she realized her explanation was as muddled as Elsa May's. I think I'm getting it. Kelly held his head in both hands, massaging his temples. So, neither of you expected Basil Hertzler to be here, is that correct? No, we only hope to find Basil, the herb, here. We never even thought of the man, Elsa May said, her lower lip quivering. Ettie gently rubbed her sister's back, trying to soothe her.
How did he die?
That's still under investigation. We're not releasing any information right now. I can tell you that he didn't die of natural causes. He was murdered. A cold shiver went down Ettie's back. When she heard a man had been killed, she wasn't sure if he'd been murdered. Have you seen anything or anyone suspicious? Kelly asked.
No, we haven't.
Ettie shook her head.
Detective Kelly, I'm glad we didn't see him dead. It's very upsetting.
It's horrible, Elsa May agreed. Who would have done such a thing? An officer approached Detective Kelly, causing him to pivot away from the ladies. I've got about 200 people to interview, the officer informed him. We're going to need backup. I'll arrange that. Once the officer left, Kelly quickly typed into his phone before turning back to them. What can you tell me about Basil Hertzler? Ettie subtly nudged Elsa May in the ribs as a sign not to mention herbs again. Taking the lead, Ettie began.
We didn't know him very well. He was more of an acquaintance than a close friend. He ran a buggy workshop.
He owned a buggy workshop, Elsa May chimed in, correcting her sister. They sold buggies there, too. Phil Pucker was his business partner.
Yes, he repaired things like buggies and also dealt in used and new ones,
Ettie added, aiming to give Kelly a more complete picture. So you didn't notice anything unusual since you've been here? Kelly queried.
Ettie shook her head. We've just got here. We noticed the gathering crowd, then the police showing up and putting up the crime scene tape.
Detective Kelly nodded in understanding. I'm going to need to interview all these people, likely to be here all day. Please let me know if you remember or hear anything.
We'll keep you updated if we learn anything new,
Ettie assured, scanning their surroundings. Should we stick around for questioning? Elsa May wondered aloud. Detective Kelly shook his head. If you've shared everything you know, you're free to leave. I can't fathom why Basil would be at these markets, can you? Elsa May turned to Ettie.
Not sure. He might have been shopping like us.
Ettie addressed Kelly again.
How do you plan to keep everyone here and ensure no one leaves?
Her thoughts drifted to Solange. She took another look around, but there was no sign of her. We do what we can. Are you absolutely certain you didn't witness anything? Detective Kelly scrutinized them with narrowed eyes. No, they both said. We're completely clueless. We saw nothing, Elsa May emphasized. I'll let you two get back to your day. With that, Kelly spun on his heels and walked away. I just can't wrap my head around it. Who would have killed Basil? Elsa May looked at her sister, eyes wide.
I don't know. We should head home. All the vendors are queued up for questioning,
Ettie suggested. You mean you're still thinking of buying plants even now? Ettie paused, mulling it over.
Yes, we'll either have to return later or find another place to get the herbs.
All this trekking for nothing, Elsa May grumbled.
What do you mean, for nothing? Basil was murdered. It doesn't seem fitting to complain about aching feet right now.
You're right, Ettie.
If only we'd gotten here earlier. If we'd been up about half an hour sooner, we might have been able to intervene.
We couldn't have prevented what happened, Elsa May muttered, casting her gaze downward. We can't say for sure. I just want to go home right now. She gently tugged at Snowy's leash.
I agree.
Come on, Snowy. They heard a familiar voice behind them again. Wait, please. Kelly was striding toward them, and Elsa May pulled Snowy close to ensure the excitable dog wouldn't get in the detective's way. Once he'd reached them, Kelly took a deep breath. I'd like your help. See what you can uncover about Basil. Ettie held her breath, hopeful that Elsa May would not chime in with her usual herb-related humor. Much to her relief, her sister remained quiet. The reason I ask, Kelly started, adjusting his posture, is that, well, your community isn't exactly an open book to outsiders. You know, they're polite but reserved. So what is it that you need from us? Elsa May ventured, curiosity in her eyes. Kelly scratched his chin and thought. I need you to help me find out if Basil Hertzler had any enemies.
Are you serious? Ettie blinked at him, taken aback.
Yes, you're my best bet. Or to put it another way, you're my only Amish contacts who might be willing to help. Kelly gave a half smile. Ettie couldn't suppress her grin. It was flattering to be acknowledged in this manner.
Well, we'll certainly try our best.
Kelly nodded, straightening his tie. Thank you. There's a friend of Basil's being interviewed right now. We hope he might shed some light on things.
Basil's friend? Who might that be?
Ettie queried. Phil Pucker, he replied. You mentioned him before.
Ah, we're acquainted with Phil,
Ettie confirmed, nodding. Indeed, we know Phil. As we told you, he is Basil's business partner. Elsa May clarified, her eyes catching a glimpse of a white-sheeted stretcher being carried away. Kelly added, I'll need to visit the family with the sad news. That would involve seeking the bishop's guidance to find the deceased's closest kin.
That's a good approach,
Ettie agreed, nodding.
But Phil might also be able to assist you. He should know who to contact. Basil was a bachelor, but he certainly has family somewhere.
Right, I'll do that. Please take care, ladies. I look forward to seeing you soon, hopefully with some information. Kelly gave a curt nod to them before signaling to a uniformed officer nearby. As Kelly and the officer moved forward, the crowd instinctively made way, leaving Ettie and Elsa May to process the gravity of the morning's events. Elsa May heaved a sigh. Do you think they'll arrest someone soon?
I doubt it, Ettie reasoned. The murderer wouldn't stick around. They've most likely vanished. Kelly suggested as much.
Elsa May's eyes fluttered rapidly as a thought dawned on her. Could it have been that young woman, Solange? Ettie shook her head slowly, contemplating.
She was a small woman. I don't think she could have overpowered Basil.
But depending on the manner of the murder, she could have taken him by surprise, or used a firearm, Elsa May suggested.
That's a valid point, Ettie said. Yet we have no idea where she might have gone or who she really is. Why didn't you bring her up with Kelly?
Elsa May shrugged. I was waiting on you to do it. I assumed you had a good reason for keeping silent about her, so I didn't want to blurt it out."
"No matter now. There wasn't much to reveal about her anyway. All we can say is she appeared distressed and seemed to know Basil." Elsa May ended with another shrug.
"If she's the culprit, she's already slipped away. That's the end of it."
Ettie tapped her chin thoughtfully.
"I wonder if Phil saw anything."
"I noticed him speaking to a police officer while Kelly was chatting with us the second time," Elsa May shared.
"Did anything about him strike you as odd?"
"Yes, Ettie, he seemed distressed."
"That's it?"
"Yes."
As they strolled toward home, Ettie thought over the situation. Why would anyone want to murder Basil?
Elsa May clicked her tongue. "People do crazy things. They probably don't know why they do what they do."
"I know, but mostly there is a reason. People aren't killed for no reason. The killer must have had a purpose."
Elsa May shook her head. "There's no point supposing or trying to figure it out when we have no information. Your imagination will get the better of you, and it'll all be a waste of time."
"Then let's concentrate on facts. What other funny things were going on for Basil in his life? The stolen buggies, that's what, and he was in the buggy business."
Ettie grinned at her own suggestion. Elsa May chuckled.
"What's so funny?"
Ettie stared at her sister. "You just asked a question and answered it yourself. You don't need me. You can have a conversation on your own."
"My conversations would make more sense that way."
"Your imagination is running away like a buggy going down a hill without a horse." Ettie chuckled at the picture in her head.
"You're right. Elsa May, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said what I said. If Basil was involved in stolen buggies, he could have been killed by someone who found out, and maybe someone who wanted their buggy back. But he's an honest man, so that would only apply if he had stolen the buggies that are missing."
"Enough with the buggy chatter, please. I could use a ride in one right now. My feet are killing me. Let's cut through that field."
"Only if there are no bulls. I'm not in the mood to outrun one today, and Snowy's little legs won't help."
Elsa May surveyed the pasture. "I can't spot any bulls. Let's go for it." They got through the wire fence and started their cross-field trek, with Snowy frolicking in the grass, his head held high. "This will shave about 10 minutes off our walk."
"Maybe if Basil was tied up in those buggy thefts, he could have had a nice stash of money. Maybe Solange offed him for the cash."
Elsa May scowled. "We'll never find out because she slipped right past you."
Ettie lifted her brows. "Past me?"
"Yes, Ettie, past you." Annoyed, Ettie fell silent. It was pointless to argue when her sister was in a huff. Approaching their house, Ettie spotted a horse and buggy parked outside. "Seems like we have a visitor," Elsa May remarked. "I wonder who it could be. I don't recognize that horse, do you?"
"No."
"Well, at least it's not the police." "Ah, Ettie, it's Phil Pucker." Elsa May tagged on Ettie's sleeve. "No more chatter about buggies or hidden cash or anything like that. Phil just lost his best friend."
"Me? Watch my words? How about you do the same?"
Ettie said with a huff. "The police must be done questioning him. He likely followed the road while we cut through the field."
"But what's he doing here?"
Ettie questioned. "We're about to learn that, and I don't have a good feeling about it." Elsa May tightened her lips. Chapter 3.
When Phil stepped out of his buggy, Elsa May opened the front door and welcomed him. She let Snowy off his lead, and he ran to his water bowl, ignoring the guest.
"Come in, Phil. What brings you here?"
Ettie asked.
"I've come to tell you something shocking."
Ettie saw how upset he was. His face was white, and he looked like he'd fall down any minute.
"We know. We were there."
Phil's gaze darted all over the place.
"I've come to tell you that Basil Hertzler's been murdered."
Ettie realized Phil was in shock and took him by the arm.
"We know, Phil. Come and sit down on the couch."
"Yeah, Ettie will make us some tea." Phil gave them a quizzical look.
"You know what happened?"
"We were just at the markets and heard about it from Detective Kelly."
Discarding his hat, Phil moved to the sofa and seated himself. Snowy rushed over, inspected his shoes, then lavished his hand with licks. Phil grimaced, swiftly relocating his hand to his lap, away from the dog. "Ettie, make us some hot tea and add plenty of sugar." Phil shook his head. "Not for me."
"Can we get you anything?" Ettie asked. "You don't look so good."
"It still doesn't seem real. Am I dreaming?"
Phil queried in a subdued tone. "No," Elsa May stated bluntly. "It might seem that way because nothing like this has happened to you." Phil drew in a shaky breath.
"I was the one who discovered him and called the cops. I should have prevented his death."
Ettie quickly moved to sit next to him.
"You believe it's your fault?"
His gaze focused on a distant point.
"She took Basil's life, and I was too late to stop her."
Ettie studied his face. He must have been a witness.
"Who?"
He glanced between them as though hesitant to speak. "Go on," Elsa May encouraged. "Who did it?"
"A young woman, Solange."
Elsa May inhaled sharply. "You can't be serious." He met her gaze steadily.
"Yes, I am."
Ettie thought back to the pale young woman. She certainly didn't look like she was capable of killing anyone.
"We met her today. She was clutching a bag."
It was a knapsack, and we only talked with her because she looked sick or troubled. Did you tell the police about her, Phil?" Elsa May inquired.
"No."
He hung his head.
"I didn't."
"Why not?"
Ettie asked.
"The police only wanted to know about Basil. They didn't ask about her."
Ettie peered at Phil. He was now covered in a sheen of sweat. Was he lying about Solange? His reluctance to guide the police toward the murderer seemed strange.
"So, what exactly did the police ask you?"
Ettie asked.
"All they wanted to know was everything I knew about Basil and who might bear a grudge against him,"
Phil responded.
"So that would have been the right time to mention what you saw,"
Ettie pointed out. Phil evaded Ettie's gaze and focused on the ceiling instead.
"Basil had a heart too big for his own good, always lending money to those in need, even when he was short himself."
"That's not good." Elsa May shook her head. "In my experience, giving people money that you don't have never ends well." He nodded slightly in agreement with what Elsa May said.
"The police asked me how I got along with Basil. Then they asked about our dealings together, meaning fine our buggies. I think they suspect me. That's why I'm here. I heard you know a detective, and I hope you can put in a good word for me."
Elsa May leaned forward. "Did the police ask anything else?" I suppose it's more important to ask why you think Solange killed Basil."
"Did you see her do it?"
asked Ettie.
"She was standing over him holding a knife. I saw her and she saw me. Then she ran off."
Ettie placed her hand over her heart. Basil had been stabbed. It was so sad. Elsa May took over. "So you didn't actually see her do it with your own eyes?"
"I saw enough. I would have seen more if I'd gotten there a few seconds earlier."
Elsa May said with a sigh. "So you lied to the police?"
"No, I didn't lie. I just didn't tell them everything. I'm not sure why, but I didn't."
"You know Solange's name, so do you know where she lives or anything about her?" Elsa May asked. He shook his head and looked away. Ettie thought he knew more.
"How do you know Solange?"
Phil's lips twitched, and he said nothing. "This is very serious, Phil. If the police question you again, you'll have to tell them. And if the police think you aren't telling them everything, they might find a reason to arrest you," Elsa May told him. His dark eyes widened.
"But I didn't do anything."
"But they'll think you had something to do with it. They always suspect those closest to the victim, and I'm sorry to say in this case that's you." Ettie grimaced at Elsa May, worried her sister's blunt truth had stung Phil. A stiffening of his shoulders and a swift reach for his hat confirmed her fears.
"I reckon it's time I get a move on," Phil muttered,
adjusting his hat nervously.
"I need to fill in some blanks for the police. Solange's matter being one. Detective Kelly, you know him, don't you?"
Elsa May merely offered a modest nod. "We're acquainted, yes."
"He's the one who spoke to me. Could you kindly reassure him of my character? I don't need him thinking I've got anything to do with poor Basil's demise."
"We'll share with him what we know, Phil, and help as much as we can,"
Ettie assured him.
"Thank you."
He ambled towards the door, paused, then spun around.
"I pray I don't drag you two into any trouble with all this."
Elsa May gave a soft chuckle.
"Oh, we can handle a little trouble, Phil. But you, on the other hand, may have stirred up a hornet's nest by not mentioning Solange."
Phil flashed a sheepish smile at both of them.
"I'll rectify that. Soon I will."
And with that he walked to the door. "We'll be praying for you," said Elsa May.
"Denka, that can only help."
Ettie edged nearer to him, her brow furrowed in concern.
"Phil, before you go, maybe you should spill the truth. I think you know more than you're saying."
Phil dropped his gaze, fiddling with his hat brim.
"Have you heard about the rash of buggy thefts?"
A glimmer of triumph sparkled in Ettie's eyes, and she shot Elsa May a pointed glance. Her intuition had been on the money after all. However, Elsa May appeared to be blissfully oblivious to Ettie's triumphant stare. "Indeed, our Jeremiah had his own buggy taken just a few weeks ago." Phil nodded.
"There seems to be a spate of such unfortunate incidents."
At this, Elsa May perked up, turning to Ettie with an "I told you so" gleam in her eyes. "Didn't I mention that, Ettie, that perhaps Basil's unfortunate end was entangled with the stolen buggies?" Ettie's mouth dropped open in disbelief. The nerve of her sister! It had been her theory all along, not Elsa May's. Phil sighed.
"It's plausible,"
he admitted.
"Or the murder could be entwined with some other buggy business. Please keep this to yourselves, ladies. These are just my ideas. Maybe I should have held my tongue."
Elsa May's eyes darted between Ettie and Phil, her curiosity clearly piqued. "So do you consider there's a link to Basil and these stolen buggies?"
And what's this about other buggy business? Do you mean buggy business in general, or another buggy business?
Ettie narrowed her eyes at Phil. "Forget I said anything. I should go." Phil started walking. "Have a lovely day," Elsa May said to Phil as he stepped out the door. Ettie stepped into the doorway, hoping to get more information.
Wait, Phil, can you tell us more about what you know about the stolen buggies? It might help us when we put in a good word for you with the detective.
"I have to go." He gave her a goodbye nod and strode to his horse and buggy. Ettie moved over to the window, watched him drive away, and then turned to her sister.
I think he's up to something.
"I think you're upset and trying to blame him."
I'm not. Why did he mention the buggies at all if he wouldn't give us details? And why didn't he tell the police about Solange? Things with him just don't add up. We still don't know if he saw her kill Basil. Did he see it or didn't he? He was too evasive.
"You're very worked up about this, Ettie. You really don't like Phil. You never have."
Ettie gasped. I never said I don't like him. I don't dislike him. Regardless of how I feel about anyone, we must learn more about Solange. What connection did she have with Basil? Why wouldn't Phil tell us more? It was like he was dropping us a hint while keeping himself out of it.
"Well, if you thought that, you should have probed more, Ettie. No good shutting the gate after the horse has escaped."
I thought it best not to push him too much today. He's upset. We can visit him tomorrow when he's calmed down a little, and then we can find out how he knows Solange. He'd be in shock at the moment.
"As we all are." Elsa May's mouth twisted to one side.
It's odd that he didn't mention Solange to the police.
Ettie couldn't get that out of her mind. He had to have a reason to keep quiet. "Neither did we, Ettie. We didn't say that we saw her either."
No, we didn't. But we didn't see her kill anyone either. And he also didn't mention the stolen buggies to the detective as far as we know.
Elsa May put her hand over her tummy. "All that walking has made me hungry."
Ettie smiled. What's new? Everything you do makes you hungry. Even knitting makes you hungry.
Elsa May chuckled. "I've been blessed with a good appetite. It's a sign of good health."
So that you know, I was the one who said Basil's death might be related to the stolen buggies.
Ettie stared at Elsa May, waiting for her to insist that she'd said it. An argument would ensue, but Ettie had to put a stop to what Elsa May had done. She did things like that far too often. Elsa May's mouth turned down at the corners. "What does it matter who said it?"
It matters to me. We're two separate people, and you're always taking credit where none is due.
Elsa May reached down by her side and fished her knitting out of the bag by her feet. "I'm sorry for whatever you might think I have done, past, present, and future. While I'm knitting for charity, would you make us some lunch?" Ettie gritted her teeth in frustration, the familiar sting of irritation flaring up. But as always, she swallowed it down, trudging off to the kitchen to prepare their midday meal. How could she possibly protest when Elsa May had loftily mentioned her charitable pursuits? Ettie realized she needed to find herself an equally noble hobby. Then perhaps Elsa May would find herself on the receiving end of lunch duty. Chapter 4. The next morning, after a restless night for Elsa May and Ettie, they sat in the living room drinking coffee. Ettie stood up and opened the heavy curtains, allowing the morning sun to stream into the room. Before moving away, Ettie looked up at the sky. "It looks like it's going to rain." Elsa May looked up from her chair and responded, "I disagree." Ettie stared back at the window. "There are some dark clouds up there that you can't see. It could be a sign something bad is coming our way." "Everything's a sign in your eyes these days. If you ask me or any other sensible person, dark clouds simply mean rain."
"We shall see soon enough,"
Ettie responded, settling back into her chair. Elsa May glanced at her sister from over the rim of her coffee cup, the steam curling and dancing in front of her face. "If you're constantly seeking signs in every trivial matter, you'll always spot them, or at least convince yourself you do."
"Why don't we pay a visit to Maggie Overberg today?"
Ettie proposed. "That might be a sensible start," Elsa May agreed. "She could potentially shed some light on both Basil and Phil."
"I hope so. She knows most of the gossip around the place. We need to find out who killed Basil."
Elsa May looked over the top of her knitting glasses. "Because Detective Kelly asked you?"
"Exactly. Remember, he asked us, not just me, and I clearly recall you agreeing, Elsa May."
Elsa May scoffed. "He sought your help, not mine. It makes me wonder, if Detective Kelly asked you to leap off a cliff, would you do it?"
Ettie thought about that for a moment while she sat down on the couch and picked up her coffee cup. "Not unless there was a good reason."
Elsa May's eyebrows shot up. "Are you serious? There is never a good reason to jump off a cliff."
Ettie opened her mouth to say something,
but Elsa May raised her hand to stop her. "Not today. Can we have one day without arguing about something?"
"I don't know. Can we?"
Ettie grinned. "I think we can. Let's try it." Kelly, the cat, sprang onto Ettie's lap, so she put her coffee cup down to pat her. Once they'd finished their coffee, Ettie pushed the cat off her lap, picked up the cups, and carried them to the sink.
"I'll wash these up before we go."
"Don't worry about that. I'll do it when we get back." Ettie didn't really believe that, but she left the cups in the sink.
"All right."
Then she turned around to see Elsa May standing there with Snowy at her feet. He was staring at Ettie, too.
"What?"
Ettie asked. "Are you really going to leave the washing up there for the entire day?" Elsa May asked.
"You said you'd do it when we get back."
"You know I don't like arriving home to a mess." Elsa May pushed out her lips.
"But that's what you said."
"Move aside, Ettie. I'll do it now." Ettie gave up.
"Don't bother. I'll do it. It'll just take a couple of minutes."
"No, I will." Elsa May picked up a cup and saucer, and Ettie tried to take it from her, and a struggle ensued. The cup landed on the floor, shattering into pieces, sending Snowy scampering out of the room. "Oh, dear. That cup held dear memories for me." Elsa May sat back heavily on the chair, a tear appearing in her eye. Ettie fetched the broom and dustpan.
"Isn't it just like all the other cups in the house?"
"No, it was special. You gave it to me. Don't you remember?" Elsa May asked.
"Oh, did I?"
Ettie couldn't recall such a detail. She carefully swept the shattered pieces into the pan and placed them to the side of the room. Shall I get you another cup then, so that one can hold sentiment too?
You could, but it won't be the same. You'd understand if you were more sentimental. To make up for it, could you handle the dishes before we leave?"
Ettie gave Elsa May a quizzical look. My doing the dishes will ease your sorrow over a broken cup?
Elsa May simply nodded. "It would help, Ettie. Indeed it would."
Ettie was on the verge of reminding her that she was about to do the dishes 15 minutes ago before being interrupted. Chapter 5. When they arrived at Maggie's home, they were met with no response to their knock. They gave it another minute, then Ettie rapped on the door again. This time it creaked open, revealing Maggie, who looked surprised to see them. "Oh, it's you two."
"Yes, it's us," Elsa May confirmed. "Please do come in. I'm in the middle of baking bread, but I can spare a moment. Let's sit in this room where the sun's streaming in. It's quite warm." "It is a warm day. Seems like no rain in sight," Elsa May commented pointedly, throwing a glance at Ettie. Choosing to overlook her sister's jab, Ettie responded, "Your home smells delightful." "I'm working on yeast dough. It's been quite a few years since I've done that, but lately I've found baking bread for the market stall to be a pleasant pastime, so I've got to get it right with the yeast dough."
It's a shame we can't find quality bread at the local bakeries ever since Ruth's Bakery shut its doors,
Ettie commented. Elsa May nodded. "I've often wondered the same."
Could be they can't maintain the right temperature, Ettie proposed. My bread falls flat if it's not kept at just the right temperature.
Maggie wore an unsure look. "Well, I'm not certain about that." She settled herself comfortably in an armchair and gestured for her guests to sit on the nearby couch.
We came here to ask you a few questions,
Ettie started. "Of course, ask away. I'll answer as best I can." The sisters shared a glance before speaking.
There's some unsettling news.
Maggie's eyes widened in alarm. "This is about Basil, isn't it?"
Yes. You're already aware?
Ettie was stunned by the speed at which the news had spread. "I heard it from Mary last night. I was there when the police arrived at their place to notify the bishop. So what have you heard? Any leads on who might have killed him?" "Solange is the supposed culprit," Elsa May revealed.
Are you familiar with a woman by the name Solange?
Ettie probed. "She's a young woman," Elsa May interjected. Maggie pondered, gazing at the ceiling.
No, I don't believe so. It's an uncommon name, one I would likely remember.
"She's an Englisher," Elsa May added.
That doesn't ring any bells either.
What leads you to suspect this Solange of Basil's murder?"
Well, it's not our suspicion exactly, but rather an insinuation from someone else we've spoken to.
Maggie seemed horrified. "I would never have imagined that a woman would kill someone." "We might as well tell her, Ettie."
Okay, but please keep this to yourself, Maggie.
"Of course. We were talking to Phil yesterday, and he hasn't told the police about her," Elsa May said. "He said he saw her with a knife standing over Basil's body."
We understand it won't be an easy task to locate someone who is deliberately hiding.
Maggie shook her head.
Finding someone who doesn't wish to be found can be quite challenging,
Ettie added. "But we're willing to give it a try. Firstly, we'll need to uncover any additional information Phil might have," Elsa May declared. "I'd love to come with you.
But I must finish preparing this bread and allow it to rise, Maggie explained. Then she went on to say, "Why don't you visit the bishop, too, and ask him if he knows about Solange? Tell him that—"
"Best not to tell anyone too much," Ettie said.
"He's bound to find out everything eventually," Elsa May commented.
"He's the bishop. He'll find out before the police. You'll have to tell him about Solange," Maggie argued. "I wouldn't do that, though," Ettie shook her head. "Best not to get too many people involved."
"Well, why don't you just find out if he knows Solange without giving away too much information? Go to see Phil and then come back and get me before you visit the bishop. I'll take Mary some of my bread. It'll be ready by then." Ettie was regretting coming to see her. There was no point in getting the bishop or Mary, his wife, involved. "We can do that. The only thing is, could we borrow your horse and buggy? We came here by taxi," Elsa May added, smiling at Maggie.
"Of course. I'll get it ready for you now."
Ettie was worried that Maggie wouldn't keep quiet about what they told her, but Elsa May was more concerned about saving money on taxi fares. "Where do you think Basil was going when he was murdered?" asked Maggie. That hadn't occurred to Ettie. Why was he at the markets at all?
"I don't think he was going anywhere. He was at the markets."
"We only went there to buy some—" Ettie had to bump Elsa May in the ribs so she wouldn't talk about buying Basil again. "Herbs," Elsa May blurted out as she rubbed her side. Maggie looked thoughtful. "Find out why he was there."
"We couldn't talk to Phil too much yesterday, but we're hoping we'll learn more today."
It's all very odd that Phil was there. He was always working in the shed with Basil. They wouldn't have been selling buggies there at the markets. Maggie shook her head.
"I know the market was only for small things, and there were mostly Englishers there," Ettie said.
"I'm glad Basil wasn't married. Imagine having to tell his wife that he was killed." Maggie hung her head. "That wouldn't have been very nice," Elsa May agreed.
"I just don't know what—"
"You don't know anything?" Maggie asked Ettie.
"Not really. Not yet."
Ettie smiled. "I almost forgot. You're waiting for me to get the horse and buggy ready for you. I'll do that now. Just come back and get me before you visit the bishop." "Yeah, of course," Elsa May said. Ettie wasn't happy about returning to get Maggie, but they were using her buggy, so they couldn't object. There seemed little point in getting the bishop involved, but Elsa May had already agreed to it. Ettie stood up.
"Shall we help hitch the buggy?"
"No, I'll do it. You can come out and watch." The sisters followed Maggie outside. It had turned into a lovely day. The few dark clouds had gone, replaced with white fluffy clouds set in a sky of clear blue. It would have been a cheerful day any other time, but Ettie was preoccupied with the murder. Ettie and Elsa May walked at a much slower pace behind Maggie. "Do you think we're making too much of this?" Elsa May asked. "Nay, if there's an Englisher involved, we have to help. The police have to be told," Maggie said. "You'll have to find out why this person killed Basil. What if she does it again?" Elsa May continued. "I don't think we should mention Solange to the bishop. Phil said he saw her standing over Basil with a knife. She must be the killer."
"Then why are we going to the bishop?"
Maggie asked.
"We won't. We'll just visit Phil then."
Ettie held her breath, and thankfully they both agreed with her. "The police have questioned Phil already, you said?" Maggie asked.
"That's right, but he didn't tell them much. We'll have to ask him more questions because Solange might have been caught on a security camera at the markets."
"I didn't see any cameras, Ettie."
"Neither did I, but you never know."
They must have been hiding in the trees, Elsa May chuckled. Do you suppose she might have stolen the buggies herself? Maggie asked. Elsa May shook her head. I think Basil and Phil are involved with stolen buggies somehow. They're in the right business to take advantage of that. Maggie raised her eyebrows. That's a big accusation to make, Elsa May. It's only us three here, Elsa May said. Ettie kept quiet. Chapter 6. As the sisters traveled along in the buggy, Elsa May closed her eyes and was soon asleep. When Ettie stopped the buggy at Phil's house, Elsa May opened her eyes and groaned in frustration. I was having a lovely dream.
Dream? It's daytime.
Ettie climbed out of the buggy and securely tied the lines to the hitching post. They both made their way to the house. Despite everything, your moods and all the funny ideas you have, Ettie, you're still my best friend.
Moods? I don't have moods. I have an even temperament.
I'm talking about you getting angry because I had a nice dream. Ettie shook her head. Oh, don't look so upset, Elsa May said gently.
I won't be upset when we find out who murdered Basil.
Elsa May shook her head. Using the word murdered feels so harsh, Ettie. Ettie shrugged.
That's what happened to Basil.
Elsa May paused in their walk, causing Ettie to stop as well.
What's the matter?
Ettie asked, concerned. If we're truly best friends and sisters, we don't need to use our words as weapons. Even when we have to say difficult things, let's do it softly with kindness, rather than like we're out to murder each other.
Don't say murder. It's a terrible word,
Ettie chuckled, glad to deliver her sister's words back to her. Elsa May ignored the comment and the laughter. We need to say what we say for the right reasons, and be careful not to annoy each other.
I agree.
It's just a shame about my sentimental cup. Elsa May brushed lint off the top of Ettie's dress before Ettie pushed away her hand. Ettie felt like a child every time Elsa May tidied her clothing. Elsa May started walking again. They stood at the front door of Phil's house, and Elsa May banged on the door. It's just a shame about my sentimental cup.
I heard you the first time.
As they waited, Ettie was tempted to peer through the glass panel, but then Phil might see and think she was nosy, which she was, but she didn't want anyone to know that. Ettie was grateful when the door was pulled open and Phil appeared. He smiled and then stepped aside to allow them in. Once they were inside, Elsa May took a deep breath and then asked, "Can we sit?" "Yes, forgive my manners. I've not been myself since...
We know. It's affected us all.
Ettie sat down on the couch and Elsa May sat beside her.
Phil, you should tell Detective Kelly what you saw.
Huh? Phil said as he sat in the armchair opposite. Elsa May reminded him. You told us you saw Solange killing Basil. He shook his head. I said I'd tell them, but I don't want to tell them right now. The authorities should know, Elsa May said. Then I'll let you tell them if you think that's best. Elsa May gave a nod. We do. They heard a car, and Phil moved to the window and drew back the curtains. It's my brother and his wife. Oh, and they've brought Andrew along. Elsa May got up and stood beside him. Look at how big Andrew is now. He's an adult. He was only a young child when they left our community."
"Oh, dear, do they know what happened to Basil?" Ettie asked from her seat.
"Yes, they do. Herbert was a good friend of Basil's. They've been lifelong best friends, even after Herbert left the community."
Ettie made a connection. Herbert and Basil were best friends. Shortened, that's Herb and Basil. Ettie held her breath in anticipation, expecting Elsa May to make the connection and say something totally inappropriate. But Elsa May remained silent, her lips sealed, the unsaid pun hanging in the air unspoken. Ettie broke the silence. "We should make our move, Elsa May." Phil turned around to face her.
"No, please stay. I haven't always gotten along with them. It will help a lot if you stay."
He opened the door just as Herbert was about to knock.
"I'm sorry about Basil," Herbert said without hesitation. "Thank you. It was a shock."
Millie clung onto Herbert's arm and wiped away a tear. "It's so sad." Millie looked over Phil's shoulder. "Oh, I didn't know you had company." Elsa May stepped forward.
"Hello, do you remember us? I'm Elsa May, and this is my sister Ettie."
"Yes, I remember," Millie said. Herbert nodded at them.
"How are you both?" "We're good. It's been a while since we've seen you. And is this Andrew?" Elsa May asked.
Andrew stepped forward and gave a smile and a polite nod. "Yes. Andrew was hoping to start work for Phil and Basil in the spring, and now this has happened." Millie shook her head and looked down. The three visitors moved into the small house.
"Is Basil's body here?" Herbert said, looking around. "No, his body is still with the police." Herbert inhaled deeply. "It's all in the newspapers that he was murdered."
Phil's gaze darted about the place.
"It's true. None of us can believe it."
Millie looked up at Phil. "What will you do with the buggy business? I suppose we'll have to help you with that."
"It hasn't been doing too well. Competition has been fierce ever since the Yoders moved here from Ohio and opened a branch of their buggy business."
Millie gave an angry grunt. "They should have known there wasn't enough business in this town for them and you."
"Please sit," Phil said to everyone.
Ettie and Elsa May moved over, and Phil waited for Herbert to sit, then moved to his chair and sat down.
"The police say they don't know who ended Basil's life. They're investigating. It's so hard to believe this has happened."
Herbert shook his head.
"We have a problem."
Phil looked up at Herbert and Millie.
It's difficult for me to say."
Chapter 7. "Do they know exactly how he died?" Millie asked. Phil hung his head.
"He was stabbed. The police haven't told me much yet, but I'm sure I'll get more details as time goes on."
"Weren't you there with Basil at the time?" Millie asked. Before Phil could answer, Herbert asked,
"You haven't asked the police questions?"
Phil took a moment to choose his words before he answered.
"They asked me a few things. They spoke to everyone who was at the markets when it happened."
"And they're questioning people who knew Basil," Elsa May told them. Millie's lips curved upward, ignoring Elsa May, and concentrating her gaze on Phil. "About the money we owe. We'll pay it back as soon as we can. Or can we forget that now, since we're now part owners with you?" Ettie was astounded that Millie was talking about money at a time like this. It seemed Phil was, too, because his eyebrows shot up.
"So Now I'm supposed to be partners with you? In what?
In fine our buggies. Millie glanced at her husband and said, I thought that's what you agreed on.
Herbert shook his head. What I said was he would probably agree. Agree to what, exactly? Phil inquired.
Millie responded. Well, Herbert and I thought that we could step in as co-owners, given Basil's absence. Someone needs to help you manage the business.
It does make sense. Herbert stared at Phil, waiting for a response. Phil grimaced as if he were experiencing a headache. We may have to shut the business down, so there's no point in discussing it now.
Shut it down?
Millie reacted with clear shock. Yes, shut it down. There's not much to even sell, and the business isn't doing well, Phil explained.
Millie shot Ettie and Elsa May a quick sideways glance. We can discuss this later privately, she suggested.
Phil nodded. Yes, I'll have to let you know what's happening. I don't want to make any decisions right now. I need to wait until my head clears.
Millie nudged Herbert in the ribs, and then Herbert said,
In the meantime, we'd like to take a look over Basil's books. Phil shrugged. Basil wasn't a reader. I can't say I ever saw him read anything. If he had any books, you're welcome to them.
Not that kind of book, Millie said. The accounts. Basil kept the books for the buggy business, didn't he?
He didn't do that. Phil hung his head. Can we wait until after the funeral? There's just a lot going on. Yes, Ma, we can wait for that, Andrew said, speaking for the first time since he'd been there.
Millie glared at her son before she turned back to face Phil. All right, we'll wait. But we need full disclosure to know how best to help you get Fine our buggies back on its feet.
Elsa May leaned forward. Don't you mean back on its wheels? Elsa May chuckled at her own joke. No one laughed, and Ettie just sat there embarrassed. Eventually Phil responded to his sister-in-law. Look, Millie, I do need help. But I don't want to be pushed into some kind of action. I need to make decisions for myself. Millie shrugged her shoulders. I thought it was all arranged, but okay, if you have to think about it, we'll leave you to it. Ettie and Elsa May had been sitting listening to everything going on, both feeling extremely awkward.
I think we should leave so you can discuss this in private, Ettie said, rising to her feet. Phil's eyes opened wide. That's not necessary. We'll talk about something else.
Millie smiled at them.
Yes, you don't have to go.
We should be going anyway. We have a few errands to run. Elsa May walked toward the door as they said their goodbyes. Thank you for coming, Phil called after them as they walked out the door.
When they were a distance from the house, Ettie said to Elsa May, What do you think about that?
It must be true what they say.
What is that?
Where there's a will, there's a relative, Elsa May chuckled.
I don't understand.
They've come after the money, Ettie. They borrowed money. Now it seems they don't want to pay it back. Not only that, but they also want Basil's share of the business.
Ettie nodded. I heard that part. I don't understand it. Basil was only friends with them. They weren't relatives. Why would they think they're entitled to any portion of the business?
I don't know. It makes 0 sense to me. The question is, Why would they want the business if it's not doing well? Elsa May asked.
That's a very good point. And it seems Phil has a problem saying no. He's far too soft-hearted. Herbert must have been closer with Phil than his own brother, Ettie reasoned. Did you see his face? He didn't want us to leave.
Or perhaps there are other things happening that we don't know about. Elsa May tapped her chin.
This is true. We need to know everything about Basil's life if we're going to find who killed him.
Elsa May's eyes widened. Should we go back? We'll tell them we decided to do the errands another day. That wouldn't be a lie. You're always putting things off.
No, I don't like to listen to them talk about private family things.
Ettie pulled her shawl tighter around herself. How else will we learn anything? Elsa May looked back at the house. The window's open. You go back and lurk under the window to see what you can hear. Ettie pouted.
I will not. I might be seen.
If they spot you, just say you're looking for something. It won't be a lie. You're looking for information, and that's something.
I'm not sure if that's logical.
Oh, Ettie, just do it. How else are we going to find out anything? You can bend down under the window. I can't bend as easily with my sore feet and my blood pressure problems. Go on. Elsa May gave shooing motions with her hands.
Okay, you wait here and try not to be seen.
Elsa May grinned. I'll do my best. Ettie moved to the window. The front door was now shut, and Ettie saw the group were seated in the living room. She moved to one side of the open window and was pleased she could hear them quite plainly. You're forcing me to think about this when I don't want to. I'll let you know what I'm thinking of doing with the business, Phil said.
Don't you mean our business?
Millie asked. No, he stated firmly.
If you sell it, half must go to us because Basil had no relatives in the community,
Millie whined. Why would I do that? I don't see why you're coming here like this looking for a handout. There was a silent pause, and then Millie said,
We don't want a handout, and we don't want you to sell. We'll help you with everything and make the business better than ever.
Yes, Herbert agreed. Millie's good at bookkeeping, which will take the burden off you. Andrew can learn the business too. We won't take any wages. You want Basil's half of the business, huh? Phil asked. Only so we can help you. As I said, we won't take money for wages, Herbert said. Let me think about it. You all can't work for nothing. Then Ettie heard Herbert say, Well, we won't take wages for a while until the business gets on its feet. When he said feet, Ettie held her head, thinking about Elsa May's wheel comment. I'll give everything you said some thought, Phil said.
How much would the business be worth if you sold it? Just have a guess,
Millie said in an excited tone. Ma, we should probably wait before this is talked about. You all agreed with me when I said that before, but you all keep talking. Millie ignored her son. So, Phil, how much? Then Ettie heard Phil say, It's hard to know. Our equipment is worth quite a bit. What would be a reasonable amount that somebody would pay? 100,000? Herbert asked. I doubt that. If things worsen, we might have to close the doors and be done with it. There will be nothing to sell. I want to work there. Can't you keep it going, Uncle Phil? Andrew asked. "I'll do my best, Andrew." Ettie had heard enough. They were just speaking the same things repeatedly. She hurried back to Elsame, who was leaning against a tree. "What did you hear, Ettie?"
Herbert thinks the buggy business might be worth $100,000. Millie seems very interested in money.
"What else did you hear?"
Andrew still wants to work in the business if they keep it going. Andrew seems the only one who doesn't want to talk about the nuts and bolts of things right now.
"Interesting. Okay, we should go now, Ettie."
I had a thought. While Phil's busy with Herbert, let's walk down to the Fine R Buggies workshop and see what we can see.
Elsa May's mouth fell open. "Walk?"
Yes, it's just a couple of streets away. We need to find information about Solange and who she was.
"We can't do that."
Why?
Elsa May huffed. "We can't leave the buggy here because they'll see it."
I forgot we brought the horse and buggy. You're right.
"I know, I always am. Besides, last time we walked somewhere, someone was killed." As Ettie walked to the buggy, she frowned, trying to figure out her sister's logic, the link between walking and murder. Chapter 8. Once they got to Phil's workshop, Ettie noticed Elsa May was preoccupied with something.
What is it?
Ettie looked at where Elsa May was staring and didn't see anything unusual. "Over there, against that dumpster." Elsa May started walking and Ettie followed. Just as I thought, Elsa May picked up a long stick and held it up. Ettie stared at it, wondering why her sister was so fascinated with it.
It's just a fishing stick.
"Fishing rod, Ettie, not a stick. I think someone threw it away, and I can't see that there's anything wrong with it. That's wasteful. I've been thinking I'd like to go fishing. That's something I haven't done in a long time. If I had a brain like yours, I'd say it was a sign." Elsa May chuckled.
Since when have you liked fishing? We never go fishing.
"That's because we've never had a rod. Not until now."
What do you mean, until now? We can't just take it.
"Of course we can, Ettie. No one owns it. We're welcome to it."
If they were throwing it away, it would have been in the dumpster, not out of it.
Elsa May smiled as she waved the rod in the air as though she was casting a line. "Either way, it's unwanted and unloved. We can use it so it won't end up in the landfill. We'll recycle it."
That's not recycling. Recycling is when you take something and turn it into something else.
"No, Ettie, that's upcycling."
Ettie grunted. I don't care about recycling, upcycling, or any kind of cycling. Can we please just concentrate on what we're doing here?
Elsa May huffed. "Very well. As usual, we'll do what you want." Ettie held her head.
We can go fishing later, okay?
Elsa May beamed with delight. "Do you mean it?"
I do.
With the fishing rod in hand, Elsa May felt a rush of excitement. She couldn't wait to feel the tug of a fish on the line. She hadn't gone fishing since her children were young. How she missed those carefree days when she was the center of her family's attention. Ettie noticed the spark in Elsa May's eyes and couldn't help but smile. Perhaps a fishing trip was exactly what they both needed to escape the stresses that had come their way.
Are you coming?
Ettie asked. What? Oh, yes, Elsa May replied absent-mindedly. When they got to the door, there was a giant padlock fastening the door shut. How are we going to get inside, Ettie? Ettie tugged at the oversized padlock, while Elsa May leaned her fishing rod against the side of the building. There must be another way in. Elsa May banged on the door.
What are you doing? Who do you think will answer it? Ettie asked. Basil is dead, and Phil is entertaining his relatives.
A young man walked around the corner of the building, giving them both a fright. Sorry, I don't have a key. I've been looking for the spare, but someone must have moved it, he said. Ettie recognized him as a young man from their community. And then she recalled that Phil had said Silas worked there, along with someone else.
Hello, Silas,
Ettie said. Good morning. I guess you heard what happened, he asked. We did, Elsa May said. Silas hung his head. It's a bad time for us all. I've worked here for over a year. Basil was a good boss. We could work in peace, and we got on well.
Do you know Solange? Ettie asked.
Silas looked at Elsa May and then Ettie before he nodded. I do. She's learning the ropes just like I was when I started. She's working here? Elsa May blurted out. He nodded. That's right, she was. I'm not sure what's happening now. I haven't talked to Phil yet. Ettie tried her best to hide her surprise. Phil had many chances to tell them Solange was working for him and Basil.
How did Solange get along with Basil?
Fine. She was his niece, I think, or some kind of relative. Can I help you with anything? Are you checking the progress of your buggy repair or something? Ettie was shocked to hear that Solange was a relative of Basil's. That would have been nice to know. Do you know where Solange is now? Elsa May asked. I haven't seen her around in the last few days.
Do you have her phone number?
Ettie asked. No, Phil should have it. Have you asked him? No, but we will. Elsa May looked back at the building. Would you like us to wait with you while you try to get in through a window? The windows are bolted shut. It might take a while to figure out how to get in. I wouldn't wait if I were you. He briefly stared at them before asking, Are you picking something up? Elsa May ignored his question. Do you know if Solange has a boyfriend? Silas shrugged his shoulders. No idea. I saw her with a guy a couple of times. I don't know if he was her boyfriend.
Thank you for talking with us.
After an awkward moment with all of them just standing there, Silas asked, So, do you need something?
Like what?
Ettie stared at him. A buggy repair or a new buggy? Most old people come here because they need new upholstery or they want a heater installed.
No, we don't have a buggy anymore. We get rides from friends now that we're older.
Ettie glanced over at Maggie's horse and buggy.
That one belongs to a friend.
We only have a small house, and we have no barn and no room for a horse. All that would be far too much work for us at our ages, Elsa May explained. Then why are you here? He asked, repeating his former question. Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other.
We thought we might use the phone.
Yes, we need a taxi, Elsa May said. Ettie looked down. Elsa May was making a mess of everything. He shrugged his shoulders. Can't get in, sorry.
Oh, Where is the nearest public phone?
I'm not sure. He pulled a cell phone out of his back pocket. This is just for emergencies. I can call you a taxi. But are you going to leave your friend's horse and buggy here? Elsa May chuckled nervously. I forgot about that.
Me too. Ettie laughed loudly.
It must be our old age. That's what happens to us elderly people, Elsa May said. Silas stared at them both while he put the phone back in his pocket. Bye for now. Elsa May waved over her shoulder at Silas, and Ettie hurried to catch up with her. When they got into the buggy, they saw Silas still staring at them.
Oh, Elsa May, that was simply awful.
Elsa May prodded the horse forward. I know. I left my new fishing rod leaning against the building, and I can't go back and get it now.
Forget the fishing rod. I'm talking about you saying we wanted to use the phone to get a taxi. He'll know that's not why we came.
I see. Well, don't worry about that. He kept talking about us being so old, so I used that to our advantage. Elsa May chuckled.
Ettie looked back at Silas and saw him pulling out his phone.
Ettie wondered who he was calling, and if he was calling someone about them. She didn't mention it to Elsa May, because she didn't want to worry her. Chapter 9. Where to now? We were supposed to take Maggie to the bishop's place. Are we still going there?
Ettie leaned over. No, if you remember, Maggie agreed that we wouldn't go. We'll have a look around Basil's house.
Basil's? We'd be trespassing. Are you sure we should do that, Ettie?
I'm not sure. I'm positive.
As they drove to Basil's house, Elsa May couldn't help but feel uneasy. She knew Ettie always had a reason for her actions, but breaking into someone's house was not something she ever thought they'd do after the last time. They were nearly caught. She tried to shake off the feeling and focused on the scenery around them. When they got to Basil's house, there was a car in the driveway. Elsa May stayed at the gate, and Ettie walked up to the door and knocked. When the door opened, a middle-aged woman with blonde hair walked out. Ettie was surprised to see an Englisher there. She wore blue jeans, a red shirt, and red high heels, and had a pleasant smile on her face.
"Who are you?"
Ettie blurted out before she could stop herself. Elsa May hurried to join Ettie, and now they were both staring at the stranger. The woman didn't seem to mind. "I'm a friend of Basil's," she replied. "I'm actually his cousin, but also a friend. I'm Margaret." She extended a hand, and Ettie shook it, followed by Elsa May.
"So he did have relatives,"
Ettie muttered.
"Not many, but yes." "We're sorry to hear about your cousin,"
Ettie said. Margaret gave a nod.
"Would you like to come in?"
"Yes, thank you." "Nice to meet you, Margaret." Elsa May rushed past Ettie and walked into the house first. Once inside, Ettie continued the conversation.
"We're here because we're looking for information about a young woman."
Then something caught Ettie's eye. She pointed to the low table where an ID card lay and quickly grabbed it.
"This is Solange's driver's license. It's her picture and her name on the front."
Margaret leaned forward and snatched the license from Ettie's hand. "Why do you want to know about her?" The smile left Margaret's face, and a frostier atmosphere filled the room. We're just taking it upon ourselves to look for her because of something our friend said to us, Ettie replied.
That's right, Elsa May added.
Margaret slipped the license into her handbag that had also been on the table. Then she retrieved a packet of cigarettes and a lighter from the same bag. She lit the cigarette and blew smoke into the air.
I don't know what to tell you. What friend are you talking about?
Elsa May took a deep breath.
We were good friends of Basil's. Who is Solange?
I'm sorry, I haven't got much time to talk. I've got to prepare for a party tonight and want to keep a positive mindset. It's bad enough that Basil is dead.
Margaret shook her head and blew another cloud of cigarette smoke in Elsa May's direction. Ettie was surprised that she'd be thinking of going anywhere, seeing her cousin and good friend had just died. Solange looks very much like you. Is there a reason for that?
Okay, Solange is my daughter. Why are you asking about her?
She leaned against the wall. We saw Solange at the markets when Basil was killed. She looked scared and ran away.
Elsa May added, We just want to make sure she's okay.
Margaret's nose twitched. We're estranged. I just arrived here after the police notified me about Basil.
So, Solange was a relative of Basil's? Elsa May asked.
Yes, obviously. Ettie frowned at Elsa May for asking such a silly question. What about Solange's father? Could Solange be with him? He's out of the picture. Neither of us has seen him for years. How would you know if that's still the case if your daughter is estranged? She could have contacted him. I doubt it. I know how she feels about him. Do you know where she might go if she's upset? No, I'd have no idea. Ettie studied the woman in front of her. She seemed nervous and agitated, as if she was hiding something. She decided to push a little further to see if she could get more information from her. I understand that you and your daughter have a complicated relationship, but we must find her. Basil's death might be related to her disappearance. We're guessing she might have witnessed the murder. Can you tell me anything else about her? Her likes, dislikes, hobbies, anything? The woman fidgeted in her chair. The last time I saw her, she was into painting and music, but that was a long time ago. She could be into anything now. She had no stickability. She was always flitting from one thing to another.
I like that saying, no stickability. I know someone like that, Elsa May said, glancing at Ettie. They start with knitting and then get bored. Then they start on needlework and get tired of that.
Ettie sighed when she realized her sister was talking about her. This was going to be difficult. They had limited information and no leads, but Ettie was determined to find Solange. She was either a key witness or the killer. Where was she living? Here with Basil. She was working in his buggy business. Ettie and Elsa May exchanged a look. Phil had kept that from them. The woman continued. When I arrived, I thought she'd be here, but I haven't seen her. I don't know where she'd be.
Why did you hesitate to tell us you're her mother? Elsa May asked.
I'm not looking for trouble. I heard about what happened to Basil. I'm his closest family member, so I'm sorting out his affairs and arranging his funeral. I see. You're his closest family member, Ettie repeated. trying to take it all in.
"That's right. Your bishop contacted me. He's helping with the expenses since Basil had nothing. If you don't mind, I'm—" "Yes, we'll leave you to it. Thank you for your time."
Ettie ushered Elsa May to the door. "I hope you find what you're looking for. Don't worry about Solange. She can look after herself." The two of them strode along the path to the buggy. "That was strange, don't you think, Ettie? I have a funny feeling she wasn't telling the truth."
"I agree. She was lying. But we can do nothing about that. What I am concerned about is that Phil didn't tell us that Solange was working in the buggy workshop."
"Agreed, that was odd. Everything is pointing to the buggy business," Elsa May said. "Let's go back to Basil's workshop and see what we can find."
"You just want to get that fishing rod."
"Yes, but I also want to get to the bottom of everything. And now that we know that Solange worked for Basil, it's even more crucial that we have a look around there for clues."
"It's getting late."
Elsa May nodded. "I suppose you're right. We can go to the workshop another time. Maybe tomorrow."
"Yes, tomorrow. I hope Maggie doesn't still want to go to the bishop's house. And I hope she's not angry with us for being out so late."
"We'll have to tell her we found Solange's mother. Then she won't be upset."
"Elsa May, please don't forget that Maggie's not a person who keeps things quiet. She could repeat whatever we tell her. We must be careful."
Elsa May nodded. "I haven't forgotten. Hopefully she'll give us a ride home." It was almost dark when they got back to Maggie's house. She hurried out to greet them, and as soon as they got out of the buggy, Maggie hugged them both. "I was so worried. What happened? Why were you out so late?" The women explained what had happened and told her about the encounters with Solange's mother, Herbert, and his family. Maggie listened intently as Ettie and Elsa May recounted their findings. "Well, that's quite a story. I always suspected there was something off about Herbert and Millie. They left our community in a hurry. I still don't know why. No one does. Now they come back, and it seems they're looking for a payday."
"Thank you for loaning us your buggy. It saved us a lot of time."
"You can borrow it any time. I kept myself busy. There's always so much to do around this place." She furrowed her brow. This is all very interesting. I think we need to investigate further." Ettie and Elsa May nodded in agreement. "But how? We can't just go poking around people's private business," Maggie stated.
"Well, someone's got to do it," Ettie replied firmly. "And if it's not going to be us, then who?"
"The bishop?" Maggie asked. "He wouldn't want to make trouble," Elsa May said. "I don't want to make trouble either." Maggie shook her head. Ettie took a deep breath.
"I think I know what we should do," she said hesitantly. "But I don't know if you'll like it."
"Out with it then," Maggie said sharply. Ettie fidgeted nervously.
"We need to get close to Solange," she said finally.
Maggie raised an eyebrow. "We could try to become her friends, get her to trust us. Maybe then she'll open up to us and tell us what's really going on. We have to find her first. Have you forgotten about that teeny-weeny little problem?" Elsa May asked.
"I'm sure we will find her."
Ettie inhaled deeply.
"She might go back to Basil's house."
"Solange has gone. If her mother knows where she is, she's definitely not telling us." Elsa May grunted. Maggie looked at Ettie and Elsa May with a glint of determination. "Then we'll have to be resourceful," she said. "We'll have to go where no one else is willing to go." Ettie and Elsa May exchanged a worried glance. "What do you mean?" Elsa May asked. "We'll have to go to the seedier parts of town, the places where Solange might be hiding out," Maggie said. "We'll have to talk to people who might know something." Ettie looked at Maggie skeptically.
"Do you really think that's a good idea? It could be dangerous."
Maggie shrugged.
"It's a risk we'll have to take. We need to find Solange and get to the bottom of this. And if that means leaving our comfort zone, then so be it."
Elsa May nodded in agreement. "I'm with you. Would you be able to drive us home?" "Of course. Do you want to go now, or would you like to stay for a meal?" "We should go. Thank you for the offer, but we've got animals waiting for us at home," Elsa May said.
"What animals? The dog and the cat?"
"Yes," Elsa May nodded. Maggie laughed. "I'm sure they won't miss you. Stay. I can whip up a meal in no time at all." Ettie looked over at Elsa May, who gave a little nod.
"All right, then. We'd love to stay."
"Good. I hope you like a chicken hot pot with rice." "Sounds delicious," Elsa May said, as the two sisters followed Maggie into the kitchen. Chapter 10. The next morning, Ettie and Elsa May ate breakfast at their kitchen table. Ettie couldn't get Basil's workshop out of her mind.
"You know what we need to do, Elsa May?"
"Yes, we need to finish eating. I'm starving."
"Besides that, we need to find out if Basil had any information about Solange at his home or his place of work. There must be employee records that could point us to her whereabouts."
Elsa May let out a loud sigh. "That's what we decided yesterday, remember? But we can't go to his house if Margaret's still there."
"That's true. If only we could have a decent look around his house without her there. I wonder if the police have done that yet."
"I suspect so. Are we still going to visit the bishop, Ettie?"
"No, Maggie was the one who wanted to do that. Then she never said any more about it. I don't even remember why she wanted us to see him. I doubt he'd know anything."
"Me neither." Elsa May gave a little laugh. Ettie cut the remainder of her toast into 2 pieces.
"I'm not sure what Maggie meant about the seedier parts of town. I hope she doesn't mention that again."
"Let's hope so. I don't like the sound of it either. Do we even have seedier parts around here?"
"How would I know?" Ettie asked. "Is there a reason I'd know things like that?"
Elsa May chuckled and went on chuckling. "I didn't mean it like that."
"We'll avoid Maggie today and go to the buggy workshop by taxi, yeah?"
"All right. But will Silas let us in?"
"I hope so."
"What excuse will we give him for wanting to get inside?" Elsa May asked.
"I'll think of something."
Elsa May paused for a moment. "He might be more flexible if we give him a sandwich. I'm going to make several and take them with us today. Yesterday we didn't eat lunch, and I felt like I was about to faint all day."
"Well, don't eat them all before we get there."
"I won't. I'll make peanut butter and jelly and cheese sandwiches." After finishing their toast, Elsa May made the sandwiches while Ettie washed up. "The police aren't exactly going to help us, are they?" Elsa May asked.
"No more than usual, but we should go over there and see what Detective Kelly has found out. He might have learned some things by now."
Elsa May put a little too much cheese on the bread, making it difficult to cut. I don't want to look down on the police or anything. They're just doing their jobs. But they can be slow. Elsa May wrapped the sandwiches in some baking paper. Okay, that's done. Are you ready?
Yes.
Ettie and Elsa May gathered their things and headed out the door. The sun was shining bright and the air was warm, making the walk to the shanty that housed the phone a pleasant one. Chapter 11. When Ettie and Elsa May got out of the taxi, they walked over to the door of Fine R. Buggy's workshop. Gone was the large padlock, and there seemed to be no one around. "It's unlocked," Elsa May whispered.
"I see that."
Elsa May grabbed the handle, pulled on the door, and it slid open. Once they were inside, they couldn't see or hear anyone. They were then careful to close the door behind them. Ettie and Elsa May's eyes scanned the workshop for clues.
"You go that way, and I'll go this way."
Ettie spied a writing desk in the corner. "What are you looking at?" Elsa May asked.
"I see a desk."
"Wunderbar." Elsa May hurried over to the desk. Ettie rolled her eyes. So much for them going separate ways. Elsa May picked up some letters that she found in a drawer. "There's a letter here to Basil from Andrew."
"Phil's nephew?"
"One and the same. He's demanding to know why Basil hadn't employed him when he employed Silas and Solange. He says that Silas is no relative of either him or Phil. He seems upset. He finishes by telling him he'll be sorry if he doesn't fire one of his workers and employ him instead."
"I doubt Andrew wrote that,"
Ettie said. "I was thinking the same. He's very polite. I think Millie, his mother, wrote it." Ettie nodded.
"Most likely. Keep looking."
After Elsa May put that letter down, she found one that was particularly interesting. "Would you look at this?"
"What is it?"
Ettie rushed over. "Seems there is a family feud happening in Basil's family, a long-running one."
"About what?"
"About where old Moses would be buried."
"The old Moses from the Bible?"
Ettie asked. "No, of course not. Basil's father." Ettie looked upward as she thought back.
"Oh, I remember him. Yes, his name was Moses."
"It seems the Amish side of the family wanted him buried in the local graveyard used by the Mennonites and us, whereas the English side of the family wanted Basil's father thrown into a grave with other family members."
"Don't say thrown in, Elsa May. What you should say is buried or placed in."
"Okay, they wanted him placed with the family."
"What, into a family crypt?"
Ettie asked. "I don't know. It says here that Margaret wanted old Moses to be buried beside his parents. There was a plot bought, too. But it seems Basil didn't go along with that. He got his way."
"I wonder why."
"Moses was his father, so Basil had the final say." Ettie grabbed the letter from Elsa May and read it.
"Margaret is using some pretty strong language in this letter. She's demanding to have him dug up and placed beside Moses' parents."
"Poor Basil. Moses is buried in our local cemetery. I'm sure of it. I've seen his grave. So do you think that someone killed Basil over that?" Elsa May looked over at Ettie.
"Some family feuds can get pretty heated, but it seems unlikely."
"When is that letter dated?" Elsa May squinted at the letter. Ettie looked down at the letter in her hands.
"Several months ago."
"I think we can rule that out. They must have gotten over their grave grievance. I'll keep looking. We'll put that in the back of our minds." Ettie put the letter down and kept looking. "What's that?" Elsa May pointed to a large blue book.
It looks like a diary.
Ettie picked it up and opened it.
It is a diary.
Ettie flipped through the pages. What does it say?
Just the usual. How he got on at work, how much the bills were, and that he was on course to pay them off. This is last year's diary, but it has no name on it. We don't know if it belongs to Phil or to Basil.
So he was paying his debts off? Elsa May asked.
Yes, he was last year.
Ettie put that diary down, and then she started looking for the current year's diary.
I don't know. I have no idea what I am looking for. I don't even know what it should look like.
What do you mean? Elsa May asked.
Well, it could be anything, really. A weapon or something that belonged to the murderer.
After an hour of searching, Ettie found a tiny scrap of paper wedged under some old books in a cupboard. What's that? Elsa May asked when she saw Ettie fixated on the paper.
It's a list of names. I wonder if it's the names of people that Basil owed money to.
Or it could be people who wanted to kill Basil. Maybe people were threatening him and he wrote down their names. Ettie shrugged her shoulders.
That seems unlikely, but we should probably show this to Detective Kelly.
And where would we say we found it, Elsa May asked. Ettie made a face.
I see. We can't tell him about it, can we?
No, we're not supposed to be here.
We need to take it with us. It's the only clue we found.
They caught the sound of approaching footsteps at the door. Ettie hissed, alerting her sister.
Someone's here.
Quick, let's find a hiding spot. Elsa May scrambled to conceal herself under a nearby table, but her efforts were hindered by her struggle to bend down low enough. Ettie had managed to squeeze under the table, though Elsa May's posterior remained exposed. The footsteps grew louder, causing their hearts to race in anticipation. A commanding voice echoed from the doorway. "What's happening here?" Elsa May managed to slide back, gripping the edge of the table for support as she straightened up. It was Silas, the young man who worked there. Her jaw dropped open, and she raised her brown paper bag. "Care for a sandwich?" He scowled at her, eyebrows knitting together. "How did you get in?" Ettie abandoned her hiding spot, feeling all their efforts had been in vain due to Elsa May. "You two?" Silas asked when he saw Ettie. "Why are you both here again?"
We're interested in buggies.
Ettie brushed the dust off her dress while Elsa May picked a cobweb off her prayer cop. "Very interested indeed," Elsa May added. "We don't have a horse and buggy ourselves, but we still want to be educated about how they're made."
That's right, and we were hoping, well, now that you're here, would you show us around?
Ettie beamed a smile at him. "Yes, please do it, Silas. We've always been fascinated by how buggies are made." He stared from one to the other, demanding to know, "Why were you hiding?" Chapter 12.
We thought you were the police,
Ettie said. His face softened and he gave a small chuckle. "I know what you mean. The police can be intimidating." "So, can you show us around, Silas?" Elsa May asked. "Not many people think about how buggies are made, but you're right, it is fascinating. Follow me, I'll show you how a buggy is framed up." Silas led the two women to an adjoining workshop where he had several buggies in various stages of completion. The smell of sawdust and freshly cut wood filled the room. Elsa May and Ettie did their best to appear interested. Silas approached one of the buggies and said, "This is where it all starts. The frame is the backbone of the buggy. It's the foundation that everything else is built on." Ettie nodded, taking it all in.
And what kind of wood do you use for the frame?
Silas smiled as he pointed to a neatly stacked pile of wood.
We use hickory. It's strong, durable, and has a beautiful grain. We give it a special treatment for extra strength.
Elsa May stepped forward and ran her hand over the wood.
It's smooth. How do you get it like this?
Silas chuckled.
It takes a lot of sanding and elbow grease, but it's worth it in the end.
Ettie and Elsa May couldn't help but admire Silas's skill as he explained the process of sanding the wood. Silas noticed their stares and grinned.
Now, why don't I show you ladies how I bend the wood for the body of the buggy?
Ettie and Elsa May followed Silas to another part of the workshop, where he had a large metal contraption set up. He pulled out a long strip of hickory and placed it in the machine.
This is called a steam box, Silas explained. I heat the wood with steam until it becomes pliable, then bend it to the shape I need.
Elsa May's eyes widened as she watched the wood slowly bend into a curve.
That's amazing.
Silas turned to her with a smile.
It's not the only thing that's amazing here. What about this?
He picked up a small tool with a shiny blade and reached for one of the buggy wheels.
This is a spoke shave.
He tested the blade against his thumb. Silas worked the spoke shave over the edge of the wheel. Ettie gasped. "That's amazing! How can that little tool make such an indented design on the wheel?"
"It's all in the blade," Silas replied. "Every bladesmith has his or her own special recipe for making the perfect blade. I use my own recipe, which has been handed down from my grandfather. I've been making them for years and never had a better spoke shave."
"Does the blade need to be sharpened?"
Ettie asked.
"It does, but I designed the blade to resharpen it."
Silas showed the women how easy it was to remove the blade and slide a whetstone along the edge until it was sharp again. After a while, Ettie and Elsa May became genuinely interested. They watched in awe as Silas continued to work on the spoke, carefully working it until it was the perfect shape. When he finished, Silas turned to them with a grin.
"Well, ladies, what do you think? Are you ready to try making a buggy for yourselves?"
"No, we couldn't do that." Elsa May shook her head. The smile left his face.
"You're not really interested, are you? I think you were hiding from me when I came in."
He stood up straight and folded his arms.
"What's going on?"
Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other, and then Elsa May said,
"We were hoping to find some evidence of who killed Basil."
He tilted his head to one side.
"What?" "Evidence, like a clue," Elsa May said.
Silas narrowed his eyes at them.
"You found a clue? Where is it?"
"Where is what?"
Ettie asked, putting her hands behind her back and dropping the paper onto the floor. She then stepped back and pushed the paper under a set of shelves with the toe of her boot. She kept her eyes fixed on Silas, hoping he wouldn't know what she was doing.
"Don't play with me. Where's the clue?"
he asked. Ettie was surprised at his change of tone. He was being very rude.
"We don't have any. That's what we're looking for. We never said we found one."
"I think you did. Where is it? You can't just come in here and take things."
"I don't know what you're talking about."
Ettie walked closer to him.
"I thought I had something but tossed it in the trash."
Ettie pointed at the large trash can in the corner of the room.
"You know this is crazy," Elsa May said. "Why did you throw it away, Ettie?"
Ettie glared at her sister, annoyed that she didn't know she was trying to throw Silas off the track.
"It wasn't a proper clue."
Elsa May rolled her eyes.
"Well, how do you know if it was rubbish or not? Only the police could say that once they put it with other evidence and clues and such."
"Quiet," Silas snapped at Elsa May. Then he looked back at Ettie. You're lying. What is the clue? Tell me now. Would you like a sandwich? Elsa May asked again as she produced her paper bag. No, he snapped. Elsa May stood back in horror as she held the bag to herself. Young man, you're very rude. I have a good mind to tell your mother. We're going. Come along, Ettie. She turned to leave. Stop. Tell me what you found out or I won't let you leave. He grabbed Ettie's arm and Ettie let out a yelp. With one hand clutching the bag containing the sandwiches, Elsa May used her free hand to try to pull him away from Ettie, but he was too strong for her. Let go of me. Ettie twisted her arm to pry it from his grasp. I'll let go if you tell me what you know. Ettie didn't find any names, Elsa May told him. His eyes opened wide. You found names, huh? Show me. Let me go, Ettie whimpered, scared for her life. Chapter 13. What's going on here? Detective Kelly walked through the door, and Silas immediately released Ettie, and she hurried away from him and stood next to Kelly. What's going on? Kelly asked again. Silas pointed at Ettie. This old lady is trying to steal something. She said she had the name of the person who killed Basil. No, she wasn't stealing anything, Elsa May insisted. She was looking for evidence, and this young man was rude to us, intolerably rude. He told us to be quiet, and we're his elders. What name? Kelly stared at Ettie, and Ettie couldn't speak. She'd never been more pleased to see Detective Kelly, but the shock and pain in her arm caused her to lose her voice. They're trespassing, too. I found them here, Silas said. Then you're in the same boat as them, young man. You're trespassing, too. No, I'm not. I work here. You're Silas? Kelly asked. Yes. Good. You're the man I've come to see. Silas pointed at the sisters who were now standing together. They said they had evidence, a name, and now they're denying it. Is that right? Kelly asked, eyeing the two ladies. We never said we had anything. Elsa May hung her head, while Ettie looked up at the ceiling, holding her arm. Detective Kelly looked back at Silas. Come outside with me. Why? I didn't do anything. Still, I'd like to talk with you down at the station. Fine, but I didn't do anything. Why don't you question Phil Pucker? We have questioned him, Kelly said. Well, you didn't ask him enough questions if you're still looking for Basil's killer, Silas snapped. Ettie gasped at the implication of his words. Silas looked over at Ettie and Elsa May once again and said to the detective, If I'm leaving, they can't stay here. We're not going to. Come on, Ettie. I'll need to lock the building, Silas said. Kelly suggested, I'd like to talk with these ladies first, if you don't mind. Then you can lock up. You can wait in my car while I do that. Silas gave a nod, and then Kelly walked outside with him. Ettie looked out the grimy window of the workshop. She could barely see through it. Kelly directed Silas to sit in his car. Then Ettie saw Kelly heading back to the workshop. Kelly's coming back, Ettie hissed. Oh, no. You're in trouble now, Ettie. Why do you always do this to us? Kelly walked in and placed his hands on his hips. Now what's going on here? You know you have no right to be here, don't you? You are trespassing, and you've made that young man very upset. Maybe, Ettie admitted. He grabbed Ettie and hurt her arm. Ettie pulled up her long sleeve. It hurts a bit, but it'll be fine. I might get a bruise, but sometimes that doesn't take much. Just a slight bump can cause one. "It's not fine, Ettie. He had no right to do that." Kelly said, "If he laid hands on you, you can make a report."
Ettie shook her head. "No need for that." After a pause, Kelly asked,
"Did either of you find anything? Tell me straight. Don't beat around the bush like you often do."
Ettie walked over and retrieved the paper with the list of names. She thought she better hand it over, but as she walked back over to Kelly, she did her best to memorize every name listed on the paper. "I just found this. I don't know if it'll be helpful or not. It was hidden." Detective Kelly pressed his lips together, revealing he was annoyed. From his pocket he pulled out some tweezers and a plastic bag. He took the paper from her with the tweezers and slipped it into the bag.
"Again, you shouldn't be here. You shouldn't be touching things. Most of all, you shouldn't be trespassing. You wouldn't contaminate evidence if you hadn't been doing that."
Elsa May's bottom jaw jutted out.
"If we hadn't been here, then you might have never seen that piece of evidence." "We would have, I'm certain of it. I've got my men coming here today."
He glanced at his watch.
"They'll be here in an hour."
"That young man has a problem,"
Ettie said.
"I've never been spoken to like that before."
Elsa May looked over at her sister.
"Yes, you have, Ettie, plenty of times."
"Not by someone from our community,"
Elsa May acknowledged, nodding in agreement.
"I'll address that individual next. He used to work for Basil, and I suppose he's still employed by Phil Pucker."
Kelly turned his gaze towards Elsa May, then shifted his attention to Ettie.
"Yes, we're aware he works here,"
Ettie chimed in.
"I'm not sure why he implicated Phil. I'm certain Phil had nothing to do with Basil's death."
"Absolutely nothing," Elsa May affirmed. Kelly shook his head, frustration evident.
"All I asked was for you to speak with your Amish community. I never authorized any search or trespassing."
"We didn't mean to,"
Ettie explained. Detective Kelly ran a hand through his thinning hair.
"Are you truly assisting me, or are you not? If you're on board, you must adhere to the rules."
"We want to find out who killed Basil. We don't want anyone else getting killed."
"Do you think Silas did it now that you've seen he has a temper?" Elsa May asked the detective. "I've got no reason to think so right now, but I need to question everyone. Do you ladies need a ride anywhere?"
"No, thank you."
"That's good, because I'm taking Silas down to the station to question him. It would have been awkward to have you all in the same car."
They all moved outside, and then Silas got out of the car and locked the building. Chapter 14. After Detective Kelly drove away with Silas, Ettie and Elsa May sat on the front steps of the buggy workshop, trying to recover from their ordeal.
"Do you still have those sandwiches, Elsa May?"
"Of course, I wouldn't give Silas one after he was rude." Elsa May got out her sandwiches and passed one to Ettie.
"Dinka."
Ettie took a bite and thought some things through while she chewed.
"Silas got really angry when he found us here. I didn't think he would be so upset. We weren't doing any harm."
"Well, I think he's just rattled about Basil's death. He's gone to a lot of trouble covering up his mistakes if he's the killer. I think he might have killed Basil," Elsa May said.
"You might be right, especially with the way he was so worried about a clue. Why else would he have cared?"
"Just as well Kelly showed up when he did. Silas might have killed us too if he thought he could get away with it. He must be hiding something, Ettie. That's why he's blaming everything on Phil."
"I hope Detective Kelly is getting a confession out of Silas right now. He must suspect Silas, or else he could have just questioned him here.
I hope the police don't beat a confession out of him. That's not right. I read about that happening in the paper."
Ettie put her hand over her mouth and laughed at her sister. Detective Kelly wouldn't do that. He can be very intimidating when he wants to be, though. Give me another sandwich. I'm still hungry.
Elsa May stared at the half-eaten sandwich in Ettie's hand. "You've still got some left."
I'll finish it soon.
Eating someone's sandwiches when you haven't finished your own is rude.
I'm hungry, Elsa May. Besides, we share everything. They're our sandwiches, not just yours.
Ettie put the rest of the sandwich into her mouth. "Don't get upset, Ettie. You're only upset because you're hungry."
You know what will fix hunger? Ettie asked.
"What?"
Eating. Ettie put out her hand for a sandwich.
"You're a cheeky one, aren't you?"
Ettie smiled as Elsa May gave her another. Thank you.
Elsa May looked around. "Ettie?"
What?
"The fishing rod is still where I left it. That makes me so happy."
Ettie frowned. I already told you you can't just take it. It might belong to someone.
"What if we borrow it just for the afternoon, and then we'll bring it back tomorrow?"
Does that mean you're going fishing today?
Ettie nibbled on her sandwich. "We, Ettie, we."
Oh.
"I fancy some fish tonight. With a daub of butter and a pinch of—"
Don't say Basil.
Ettie shook her head. "I wasn't going to say that. Baked fish is what we're having tonight. We'll need something for bait. We shall stop somewhere and buy some."
We do have some prawns at home from the other night.
"Oh, Ettie, those would be off by now."
All the better. It'll smell stronger and attract fish from a long way off.
Elsa May's eyebrows shot up. "Really?"
Yes, trust me.
Elsa May smiled as she looked at the fishing rod. "Let's go." They went home and got the prawns out of the gas-powered fridge. Ettie sniffed them.
They aren't too bad. Just smelly enough to attract fish from afar. Are you sure we'll catch something other than a cold?
"Have a little faith, Ettie. We'll take Snowy with us. He'll love it." While Ettie was busy wrapping the prawns in some leftover paper, Elsa May clipped the leash onto Snowy's collar. "You ready, Ettie?"
Yes. Are you ready to walk all the way to the creek, though? It's quite a distance.
"I am. I've got my comfortable walking shoes on."
Good.
Kelly the cat walked up to them, meowing. "What does she want, Ettie?"
I don't know. She's your cat.
"She's both of ours." "I'm sorry, Kelly, but you can't come with us this time."
Ettie looked at the cat and then looked at Elsa May. Why can't she?
"She's a cat, Ettie. They don't go on walks."
Ettie raised an eyebrow. She'll just walk with us, and we can give her some of the prawns. She'll love it as much as Snowy will.
Elsa May sighed. "I don't think it's a good idea. She'll scare away the fish, and she might get into trouble by the creek. She's a cat, Ettie, not a dog. There is a difference."
Ettie frowned. Can't we just have a little bit of fun for once? Bring Kelly with us.
Elsa May hesitated for a moment, then gave in. "Fine, but if she gets lost or into trouble, it's on you, Ettie." Ettie grinned and picked up Kelly.
Don't worry, little one. We'll have a great time. I'm going to make her a lead out of your wool. It'll only take a minute.
"No, you won't. We've still got the collar and lead from when Snowy was tiny. That should fit her." Elsa May retrieved the collar and lead,
and it fit just right. They set off toward the creek with Snowy leading the way and Ettie holding Kelly in her arms. When they arrived at the creek, Elsa May got to work setting up the fishing gear, while Ettie allowed Kelly to discover things in the grass, while Snowy splashed at the water's edge. Soon enough, Elsa May had a line in the water and waited patiently for a bite. Snowy started running around barking, chasing down a butterfly. "Ettie, can you keep him quiet? He's scaring the fish away." Ettie tried to stop laughing.
"What fish?"
"There are fish here, I saw them, but they won't come near the bait with all that noise."
"Come here, Snowy."
Snowy approached Ettie, and she leaned down and took hold of his leash.
"I'll take them for a walk up here."
"Please do, and take your time, or we'll have nothing to eat tonight." Ettie walked along the bank with Snowy and Kelly. She was surprised at how well Kelly was walking on the lead.
"You're a clever one, aren't you? We'll have to show Elsa May later. She won't believe me if I just tell her about it. She's the kind of person who has to see things with her own eyes. And here I am talking to a cat."
Out of nowhere, Snowy started straining at the leash, trying to go further into the woods. Ettie looked over to see what he was getting excited about. There, behind some trees, was a horse and buggy. Ettie blinked. Her curiosity piqued. She took a few steps forward, closing the distance.
"Hello? Is anyone here?"
Silence greeted her inquiry. As she approached, she realized the buggy stood empty. She reached out and gently patted the brown horse, noting its restlessness. There was an unease in the animal's eyes, a silent warning that things were awry. It dawned on Ettie that the horse and buggy had been stolen, abandoned temporarily for retrieval later. Alarmed, she scooped up Kelly, clutching her tightly, and hastened back with Snowy to find her sister. "Elsa May!" she called urgently. Elsa May grew exasperated with the commotion caused by Ettie's approach. She turned to face her sister, Snowy tugging on the leash. "What's all the ruckus about?" Ettie gasped for breath, her voice filled with urgency.
"There's a horse and buggy in the woods."
Elsa May furrowed her brow and scanned the surroundings, following the path of the creek. "I highly doubt that. How could it have ended up here?"
"There's a trail leading from the road, but that's beside the point. It appears to be one of those stolen buggies."
Elsa May's frown deepened. "Ettie, let me offer you a piece of advice. You need to relax a bit more. You're always getting worked up over nothing. Are you absolutely certain about what you saw?" Ettie swallowed hard, her conviction unwavering.
"I'm telling you, it's been stolen."
Elsa May sighed, torn between her desire to continue fishing and the urgency of the situation. "But they've only been stealing the buggies, not the horses."
Ettie's eyes widened. "That's even worse. The horse hasn't been returned yet. They'll be back soon. Quick, Elsa May, we need to take it before they move it elsewhere."
Elsa May glanced longingly at the water, her fishing hopes momentarily dampened. "What will we have for dinner tonight if I abandon my catch?" Ettie's tone turned stern.
"Do you want to end up like poor old Basil?"
Reluctantly, Elsa May rose to her feet. "Fine, you stay here and hold the fishing rod. I'll go investigate this myself." Ettie anxiously observed Elsa May's departure, her heart beating rapidly within her chest. What if the thieves were still lurking nearby? What if they were armed and dangerous? The worries flooded her mind, a cascade of anxious thoughts. Minutes stretched like an eternity until Elsa May finally returned, her face filled with a mix of concern and confirmation. "You were right, Ettie.
The horse and buggy are indeed stolen. There's no one in sight. We must contact Detective Kelly immediately." Relief washed over Ettie, knowing they had confirmed their suspicions. She nodded in agreement.
"Yes, we can't handle this on our own. Let's call Detective Kelly right away. But we can't leave the buggy or horse here. The thieves will move them away, and then no one will ever believe what we saw."
Elsa May pressed her lips together, mulling over a plan. "We should take the buggy to the bishop. If someone's horse and buggy were stolen, the bishop would be aware of it. We can call Detective Kelly from a public phone along the way."
"Sounds like a plan,"
Ettie agreed. "But you're driving, Ettie." Ettie nodded, unfazed by the responsibility.
"That's fine. Let's not waste any time before the thieves return."
With their fishing gear packed up, Ettie climbed into the buggy, carefully placing Kelly on the seat beside her. With a giant leap, Snowy got into the buggy, joining Elsa May, who carefully settled Kelly on her lap. The four of them embarked on their journey, Ettie guiding the horse along the narrow path with a keen eye for any signs of danger. Elsa May's gaze darted around, worry etched on her face. "What if they come after us, Ettie?" Eddie's grip on the reins tightened, determination in her voice.
"If they dare to pursue us, I will give them a piece of my mind. They should be utterly ashamed of themselves."
Together they continued their hurried journey, their determination unyielding in the face of potential threats. Elsa May gazed at Ettie with a sense of admiration and security. Eddie's unwavering fearlessness and straightforward nature had always provided a sense of safety for Elsa May. There was something about her sister's stubbornness and courage that gave her comfort in uncertain times. As they rode on, the atmosphere was filled with silence, save for the rhythmic clopping of the horses' hooves on the dirt road. Eddie's mind raced with apprehension, fearing the lurking dangers that could be hiding around any corner. She yearned to swiftly complete their mission and hand over the stolen buggy to the bishop, who would surely know its rightful owner. At least they'd saved one buggy from being stolen. Elsa May stared out the window. "Where are you going, Ettie? The bishop's place is that way."
"I'm taking the animals home first."
"I suppose that would be best, but stop at the telephone and call Kelly. Tell him what we found and where we are taking it."
"Will do."
Unable to reach Detective Kelly directly, Ettie left a detailed message on his voicemail, explaining the situation they had discovered. With their message relayed, Ettie and Elsa May finally arrived back at their house, their hearts still racing from the events of the day. After unloading the animals, they settled down for a quick snack, savoring bites of pecan pie to regain their energy before their visit to the bishop's house. However, their peaceful moment was interrupted by a knock at the door, causing Eddie's heart to skip a beat. Ettie exchanged a startled glance with Elsa May.
"Who could that be?"
Elsa May reassured her. It couldn't be the thieves. They would have simply taken the horse and buggy. With a mix of curiosity and caution, they both rose to answer the door. To their surprise, Detective Kelly stood before them. "Adding buggy theft to your list of crimes, are we?" Ettie's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Elsa May said, "If you mean that we stole the buggy from the thieves, I suppose we did, but only to give the horse and buggy back to the rightful owner. I don't think anyone would see that as a crime, no." Kelly smirked. "Mrs. Smith, in your message you said you found the horse and buggy at the creek, right?"
"Yes."
Ettie nodded. "I've just had a report of a horse and buggy stolen from the creek. The description matched that horse."
Kelly quickly looked over his shoulder and then looked back at the two ladies.
You mean it wasn't stolen at all?
Ettie asked.
"Correct. That is, until you stole it."
Chapter 15. Ettie and Elsa May stared at each other. The detective continued.
"The owner said he left his horse and buggy in a deserted spot and went upstream on foot to his usual fishing spot. When he returned, he saw his horse and buggy disappearing into the distance. He said it was traveling at quite a pace."
Elsa May looked over at her sister.
"Oh, Ettie, what have you done now?"
Me? You were the one who said we needed to take it to the bishop.
"You were the one doing the driving," Elsa May reminded her.
Kelly shook his head.
"No harm done. I'll let Arthur Huber know where he can collect his buggy."
Oh, it was Arthur's buggy.
"No harm done except embarrassment," Elsa May mumbled.
Ettie hung her head in shame.
I'm sorry, Detective Kelly. We were just trying to do the right thing.
"It's all right, Mrs. Smith. Just be more careful in the future. And keep your hands off other people's buggies,"
Kelly replied with a grin. Elsa May's mouth turned down at the corners.
"I'll make sure Ettie remembers that. Don't you worry."
Ettie frowned at her sister.
I'll make sure Elsa May remembers it.
Kelly turned to leave, but then paused.
"Is that coffee I smell?"
No, but we could make you a cup. It's no trouble at all, Ettie said.
Elsa May grinned.
"We were just having some pecan pie. There is a large piece left if you're interested." "I don't mind if I do."
Detective Kelly walked into the house and closed the door behind him.
"Then you can tell us what happened with Silas today."
Elsa May scooped up Snowy and put him in her bedroom so he wouldn't annoy the detective. Kelly, the cat, was sitting on the couch grooming herself, not bothered at all by her namesake. As they sat around the kitchen table, Detective Kelly took a bite of the pecan pie and then started to speak.
"Well, it wasn't pretty. You were right about Silas. He's not the most cooperative suspect. In fact, he refused to speak to me at all."
Ettie and Elsa May exchanged a look of concern.
So he is a suspect?
Ettie asked.
"Everyone is at this stage until they're eliminated."
"What does that mean?" Elsa May asked as she poured him a cup of coffee.
"Thank you. It means we found out nothing from him, so we can't cross him off our suspect list just yet."
"Do you think he's guilty?" Elsa May asked. Kelly swallowed a mouthful and then said,
"Well, it's odd that he wouldn't tell us anything, but we have no evidence against him, so we couldn't make an arrest, unfortunately. We need to make sure we have a strong case against him. Then we'll need to get a warrant and bring him in for further questioning."
Elsa May's question had been answered. It appeared Silas was suspect number 1. "So it would help if you had a witness to the killing?"
"It would. That would be ideal. But we don't live in an ideal world, Mrs. Lutz. If we did, things like this wouldn't happen."
Kelly took a bite of his pie.
What if Silas still refuses to talk? Ettie asked.
"We'll handle whatever comes our way,"
Detective Kelly reassured them with a warm smile.
"And by the way, this pie is delicious."
Ettie and Elsa May beamed with gratitude. "Thank you," they said in unison. As Detective Kelly finished his coffee and pie, he stood up, signaling his departure.
"Well, it's time for me to be on my way. Rest assured I'll keep you informed when we're ready to bring Silas in for further questioning."
Ettie walked him to the door.
Thank you, Detective Kelly. We truly appreciate all the efforts you're putting into this investigation.
Detective Kelly nodded, his gaze filled with determination. It's my duty to bring justice. Take care, ladies. We'll catch up soon."
As Elsa May went to clean up the kitchen, Ettie couldn't help but feel uneasy. She decided to keep a closer eye on Silas in the coming days. She also knew the buggy incident with Arthur Huber would not be forgotten any time soon. Elsa May came back into the room and sat down next to her.
"We made a mess of things with the buggy, didn't we?"
Ettie sighed, pleased that her sister wasn't trying to pin all the blame on her. "We were just trying to help, but we ended up causing more trouble."
"We need to make things right with Arthur Huber," Elsa May said thoughtfully. "Maybe we can offer to do something for him to compensate for it."
Ettie smiled at her sister. "That's a good idea. We'll apologize and make it right." Ettie heard hoofbeats outside and moved to the window. Pulling aside the curtains, she saw Arthur Huber. He'd taken the buggy up the road, and now he was driving it past their house. Elsa May was suddenly at her side, just as Arthur looked over at the house. He spotted them at the window and waved. Ettie was frozen in place, but Elsa May lifted her hand to return the wave. Once he was gone, Ettie let go of the curtain. "Well, that was awkward. He didn't even come inside to talk with us." Elsa May put her hand on Ettie's shoulder.
"No matter. He could have been in a hurry. We'll pay him a visit tomorrow, and you can explain yourself."
Ettie looked at her sister and sighed. Chapter 16. The next morning, Ettie and Elsa May woke early to get a jump start on their day. They were getting ready to visit Arthur when there was a knock on their door. They weren't too happy when they saw that it was Silas. Elsa May was nervous and stayed behind Ettie. Then she saw the smile on his face and started to relax a little. "Hello," he started. "What brings you here, Silas?" Elsa May asked, stepping out from behind her sister. "I came to apologize for my behavior yesterday. I know I was rude and uncooperative, so I am sorry for that." Ettie was surprised by Silas's sudden change of heart. Silas shifted his weight from one foot to the other. "I've been thinking about it all night. I gave you two the wrong impression. I want to know who killed Basil just as much as you do. I know I was awful to you both yesterday, but I was annoyed to find you in the workshop." Elsa May nodded. "I can understand that. Why didn't you talk when you were questioned?" Silas's eyebrows drew together. "How do you know that?" "We heard it," Ettie said. "On the grapevine," Elsa May added. Silas huffed. "I don't trust them. I'll go now. I just wanted to let you know that I know you're just trying to help find the person who killed Basil. That's what we all want." "Except for the killer," Elsa May said under her breath. "Pardon me?" Silas said. "Nothing. I can't believe no one is looking into Phil. He had the best reason to kill Basil," Silas said through gritted teeth. "What reason?" Ettie asked. "I'd rather not say. Detective Kelly told me you were helping him in some way. Let me know if I can do anything." "Were you with Basil the day he was killed?" "No, I was helping my mother with something." He gave them a nod, then walked to his buggy. "Thanks for stopping by," Ettie called out. "Yes, thanks," Elsa May added. He turned and gave them another nod, and then got into his buggy. Elsa May and Ettie moved inside the house and then closed the door. "What do you think, Ettie?" He was a different man today." "Yes, I guess so. It's strange that he keeps insisting Phil is guilty. Phil is his boss." Just as she finished speaking, Kelly the cat appeared out of nowhere and playfully batted at Elsa May's yarn.
Ettie couldn't contain her laughter, thoroughly entertained by Kelly's antics.
Seems like Kelly wants to be involved, too.
Elsa May gently nudged the cat away with her foot, adjusting her knitting and placing the extra wool on her lap. It all leads back to Solange. She must have witnessed the murder, and that's why she was so shaken when we saw her. We need to find her and uncover the truth.
Let's consider this. If Phil murdered Basil, he could have blamed Solange to throw suspicion off himself.
And Silas keeps saying that Phil did it too, Elsa May said.
I guess that does make sense from what we know so far. Silas says he wasn't at the markets. But was he there? That's something we have to find out. I believe he lives with his mother, so maybe she knows.
It makes no difference where he was.
It does if he is the killer.
Ettie noticed out the window that a horse and buggy had just pulled up outside.
Someone else is here, Elsa May. We're popular today.
Elsa May looked up from her knitting. Who is it?
It's only Maggie.
Oh, I hope she's found something out. Ettie walked over to the door and opened it. Maggie waved as she walked up the garden path.
Good morning, Ettie. I'm glad you're awake. We are. We've just finished breakfast. Would you like some coffee?
No, thank you. Maggie walked in the door, leaned down, and patted Snowy, whose tail wagged at 100 miles a minute. She straightened up. Morning, Elsa May. Good morning. Come in and pull up a chair. Maggie moved to the couch and sat next to the cat. She stroked Kelly, and Kelly opened her eyes and meowed. Ettie sat down on the other side of the cat. I've been thinking things over. I think Phil did it, Maggie said. Ettie looked over at her sister. That was 2 people coming to tell them that Phil had done it. Elsa May didn't want to tell her that they'd just been considering the same thing. You think Phil killed Basil? Why would he do that? Elsa May asked. There are a few reasons. Something to do with stolen buggies. Either Basil didn't want to be involved in wrongdoing, or Phil didn't want to be involved. Ettie nodded.
I agree that it might have something to do with the stolen buggies, but I don't know what.
Ettie's mostly right about these things, Elsa May said. Maggie turned to look at Elsa May.
Is she?
Mostly. Maggie continued. I didn't want to believe it myself, but last night I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something I was missing. I decided to go through the list of people who could have done it. It wasn't until I thought of Phil that the pieces fell into place. Why would Phil kill his business partner? Elsa May asked. Like I just said, one of them didn't want to go along with what the other one was doing. A fight broke out, and one of them got killed. You could be right. Do you have any other reasons you think Phil did it? Elsa May asked. Phil has always been a sketchy character, and I heard rumors that he was involved in some shady dealings in town. I didn't believe it then, but now I have to wonder if there was some truth in those stories. Elsa May leaned forward. They do say where there is smoke, there is usually fire.
You could be right, Maggie,
Ettie said. Where does Solange fit into your theory, Ettie? Elsa May asked. She could have witnessed the killing, Maggie suggested.
Exactly,
Ettie agreed.
But I can't help feeling that Basil would not have been involved in wrongdoing. I don't know Phil well enough to comment on his character.
In my mind, Phil is the only one who stands out as guilty. We should confront him and find out the truth. Elsa May gave a nod. Maggie stopped stroking the cat, so Ettie took over while she thought about what her sister had said.
I think we could talk with him, but we can't be confrontational.
Yes, go see him, but it might not be safe for you both if he is the murderer, Maggie warned.
You're not coming with us, Maggie?
Ettie asked. The two of you will have to do it. I can't do anything today. I've got someone coming to fix the leak in my porch roof. You can take me home and then use my buggy. But when you come back, you must tell me everything Phil said, word for word." Elsa May nodded. "We'll do that. Take me home now because I need to be there when the men arrive, okay?" Elsa May pushed herself to her feet. "Are you ready, Ettie?"
"I am."
Ettie followed Elsa May out of the house. Maggie got to the buggy first and slipped into the driver's seat. Elsa May got into the front and Ettie slid into the back seat. With a gentle sway, the buggy set in motion, carrying them to their destination. Ettie couldn't resist stealing a glance back at their house, where Kelly the cat sat perched on the windowsill, observing their departure. Ettie's smile grew wider as she waved goodbye to their feline companion. Chapter 17. The sun was already high in the sky, and the temperature had soared. It was going to be another hot day. Several minutes on, they turned into Maggie's driveway. Maggie parked the horse and buggy in the driveway and then got out. "Who's going to be the driver?" "That'll be Ettie." Ettie got into the driver's seat and picked up the reins.
"We'll be back as soon as we can."
"Don't hurry. Take all the time you'll need." Ettie turned the horse and buggy around and then headed back down the driveway.
"Do you think Phil will be home?"
"I think so. Where would he go when his best friend has been murdered?" Ettie shrugged.
"He might not be able to sleep if he's guilty, which I think."
"Yes, he probably can sleep, but surely he'd be awake by now." Ettie drove the buggy down the street and then turned left when she got to the end of the street. She continued for about 10 minutes until she came to Phil's house.
"We've got to be careful with him. If he's dangerous, we don't want to say anything to upset him. The best we can hope for is that he admits his wrongdoing. Please think before you talk."
Elsa May stared at her sister. "I always do."
"Not always. You can be very blunt."
"We should both be careful." "Oh, Ettie, it's hard to imagine that he killed his good friend. How could he do it?"
"We need proof for Detective Kelly. We have to be sure to get it. I hope he hasn't found Solange and killed her too, to stop her talking."
"Is that why no one can find her? Has he killed her too?" Elsa May's hand went to her chest as she took in a deep breath.
"Don't make me nervous. I think we'll be safe. There are two of us. He can't kill us both at the same time."
"Good. I'll push you forward and then run," Elsa May chuckled. Ettie's mouth turned down at the corners. She could imagine her sister doing just that.
"It's not funny. Let's just get this over with."
"See how Maggie makes us confront him? She throws the bomb and runs away, letting us do the dirty work."
"Too late to complain now, Elsa May. We're nearly there."
Elsa May gulped. Maybe he killed Basil for the entire buggy business. Perhaps he's not suffering at all, and it's just a cover story that he's made up to throw suspicion off himself.
"Anything is possible. Hopefully we'll soon learn the truth."
They approached Phil's front door, and Elsa May knocked. When he didn't open the door, Elsa May whispered, "I can't hear anyone in there."
"I'll go around the back. There must be a door there."
Ettie started walking. "Don't leave me here." Elsa May hurried after Ettie. They came to a window, and Ettie looked in.
"It's the kitchen."
Ettie knocked loudly on the window.
"Phil, are you home?"
"Look at that black horse in the yard, Ettie. That's his buggy horse. That means he has to be home." Ettie turned to look at the horse.
"Unless he has another buggy horse. Do you think it's okay to go in?"
"You can't do that. What if he's asleep?"
"We'll be quiet on our tiptoes. We'll look in the bedroom first."
Elsa May's mouth fell open as Ettie turned the door handle and opened the door.
"Phil, are you home?"
There was no answer, and Ettie was even more worried when she saw his boots at the front door and his hat and coat hanging on the hooks by the door. "There doesn't seem to be anyone here, Ettie. Maybe he went over the road to see someone, or maybe the police came to get him and he's talking with them right now."
"Possibly."
"Why don't we check around the back of the house? Maybe he's just out for a walk," Elsa May suggested.
"We'll look around inside first."
Elsa May nodded in agreement, and they both walked into the living room. They peeked into the kitchen, and seeing no one there, they checked the bedrooms. After finding nothing, they went back into the kitchen. When Ettie stepped inside, she saw bare feet protruding from behind the table. Elsa May saw the feet too, and was startled. She let out a scream. She screamed again when she got closer and saw his lifeless body on the floor.
Chapter 18. "Check his pulse," Ettie said as she stared at him for a sign of life.
"I'm not sure I want to touch him."
Ettie quickly bent down and felt for a heartbeat on his neck, but there was none. Phil was deceased. Ettie stepped away from him, and Elsa May told her, "You need to call the police, Ettie, immediately."
"There might be a phone in the barn." "I'll come with you." They found a phone in the back of the barn, and Ettie dialed Detective Kelly's cell phone number, which she knew by heart. After talking briefly, Ettie hung up the phone and turned to see Elsa May sitting on a hay bale, gasping for air.
"Are you okay?"
"I'm fine. I'm just in shock. I'll be okay in a moment."
Ettie walked over and sat down beside her. "I told the detective we came here to see Phil and found him dead."
"What if they think we killed him?"
Ettie shook her head. "That's silly talk. Kelly won't think we did it."
"But who did it, Ettie? And why?"
Ettie looked down at her lace-up boots and then looked back at Elsa May. "Solange? Phil told us Solange killed Basil. Maybe she came back and killed him because he was the only witness."
"It makes sense. It'll be up to Detective Kelly to find her." Elsa May nodded. 15 minutes later, Detective Kelly and another detective arrived along with a car full of police officers. Ettie hurried out of the barn to meet them.
"He's in the kitchen."
The detective introduced them to Detective Brothers, the lead detective in the stolen buggies case. "Let us take a look and then we'll talk," Kelly told them. Ettie stepped back and watched them walk through Phil's front door. A few moments later, Detective Brothers came out by himself. "Why did you come here today to see the victim?" Ettie wasn't comfortable talking to Detective Brothers, but before she could speak, Detective Kelly came out and joined them.
"We came here to see him,"
Ettie said. "Yes, but why?" Brothers persisted. Ettie glanced at Detective Brothers, who she didn't warm to one bit, and then spoke to Detective Kelly.
"We just wanted to see how he was after the shock of his friend being killed."
Kelly sensed their reluctance to talk with someone they didn't know. "It makes sense to bring Detective Brothers in on this, seeing as we have 2 murder cases, and there is a definite link to buggies." "We found him in the kitchen," Elsa May interjected. Ettie stared at Brothers. "We're not sure whether Phil or Basil had anything to do with stealing the buggies." "So you do believe that either Basil or Phil had something to do with the stolen buggies?" Elsa May asked the detectives. Brothers shook his head. "We're not sure. We're just trying to discover everything we can at this stage." "Whose buggy is that there?" Kelly asked, nodding to the one they'd driven.
"It belongs to a friend of ours. Don't worry. She allowed us to borrow it."
"Yes,"
Elsa May said. "Unlike Arthur Huber's buggy." Kelly smiled, then explained to Brothers. "These ladies are helping me by asking their community members for information." "Makes sense." Detective Brothers turned back to them. "We still have to ask you questions." "We don't mind," Elsa May said. There was a pause, and then Detective Brothers said, "Now, tell me why you came here to see him."
"We didn't know he'd be dead," Ettie blurted out.
"When did you find him?" "We just got here," Elsa May said. "About half an hour ago." "Do you have a key to his house?" Detective Brothers asked.
"No."
Ettie pushed out her lips as she shrugged her shoulders. Brothers frowned at the sisters. "Are you in the habit of going into other people's houses?" A smirk appeared around Kelly's lips, but he remained silent. "Not especially," Elsa May said quietly.
"No, we didn't know him that well. We only went in because we thought he might be asleep,"
Ettie explained. Detective Brothers' eyebrows drew together. "Why would you go in if he was asleep?" Ettie shrugged her shoulders. "Is there something you want to tell us, Mrs. Smith?" Kelly asked. "There had to be a reason you came here."
"No, there's nothing to say or tell,"
Ettie said. "I'm going to ask you again. Is there anything you want to tell us?" Kelly asked.
"No, there's nothing,"
Ettie repeated. "When did you two last see Phil Pucker alive?" Brothers asked.
"He visited us when we arrived home from the markets."
"On the day that Basil was killed," Elsa May added. Kelly's eyebrows shot up. "What did he say?" Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other. Ettie knew she had to tell him about Solange.
"Phil told us that he thought a young woman called Solange killed Basil."
Kelly glared at Ettie. "Solange?"
"Yes."
"Solange who?" Brothers asked. Elsa May shook her head. "He didn't say a last name." "Is she an Amish woman?" Brothers asked.
"No, she's an Englisher."
"How do you know that?" Kelly folded his arms, glaring at the two of them. Before they could answer, Detective Brothers asked, "Do you know her?"
"No, not very much. We met her on the day Basil was killed. She looked most upset and was clutching some kind of bag. We talked with her briefly, and then she scurried away."
"It was a knapsack," Elsa May whispered to Ettie. Kelly looked at Brothers. "Find out if any of the officers spoke with her." He nodded. "Don't bother," Elsa May said. "She left before the questioning began." Kelly looked increasingly unhappy. "You should be able to give us a description."
"She was young, had fair hair, and wore a black dress. I think she had a blue jacket over the dress and brown or black boots."
"What else can you tell us?"
"That's all I can think of off the top of my head,"
Ettie said. "Mr. Pucker was the one who notified us of Basil's death. Did you know about that?" Kelly asked them.
Ettie nodded. "We know. We were going to ask him some more about it today."
Elsa May nodded, not wanting to admit they had suspected Phil. "We were going to ask him why he thought Solange killed Basil." Kelly grunted. "Now we're getting to the truth of the matter. You should have told us about this before. This is vital to our investigation." "We didn't mention it because Ettie didn't think she did it. Basil was stabbed, and Ettie noticed that Solange didn't have a drop of blood on her. Isn't that right?" Elsa May asked Ettie. Ettie wished Elsa May hadn't set the blame squarely on her shoulders.
"I guess that's right. It's true he was stabbed. Wouldn't the killer have blood on them?"
"Whether she did it or not, she could hold valuable information. You should have told us about this before." Brothers lowered his gaze, and Ettie knew he was doubting Kelly's judgment about working with them. "That's all we know,"
Elsa May told him. "And our friend Maggie doesn't know anything at all." "Maggie?" Detective Brothers asked. "That's their friend. They're using her buggy. All right, you can go." Just as they turned to go, Kelly added, "One more thing."
"Yes."
Ettie looked up. "You said you met with Solange. How did you come to speak with her?"
Elsa May approached her. We saw her looking upset and thought something might be wrong with her.
"That's right, and then we discovered someone had been murdered. Then she told us an Amish man had been murdered. A few minutes after that, we found out it was Basil." Detective Brothers looked at them skeptically, but didn't ask any more questions.
"Can we go now, please?"
Ettie asked. "Of course," Kelly told them. Detective Brothers and Detective Kelly watched as Ettie and Elsa May walked to their buggy. Once the door closed behind them, Detective Kelly turned to his colleague. "What do you think?" "I think they're hiding something, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is." Kelly nodded. "I agree. Something about how they looked at each other made me suspicious, too. But they normally act a little odd, so it's hard to be completely certain." "We have to look into this Solange woman," Brothers said. "Agreed. We'll check if anyone talked with her." "I'll get on to that." Kelly gave a nod. "Good." Ettie and Elsa May got into their buggy and drove in silence, lost in their thoughts. Ettie couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something important. "Are we going to Maggie's?"
"Yes, we have to take the buggy back."
"I thought we might be going somewhere else first. I don't know about Detective Brothers." Ettie glanced over at her sister.
"He's fine."
"He was making a big fuss about Solange. I don't see what all the fuss is about."
"2 men are dead, Elsa May, and she can't be found. Phil accused her of killing Basil."
"I know that, but it's not as though we killed anyone," Elsa May said.
Ettie looked at the road ahead. "The police know we didn't kill anyone. We really don't have any control over anyone else. We both know it's possible Solange might have done it. But would she have killed her own relative?"
Elsa May sighed. "Basil didn't have any control over being killed."
"That's true," Ettie said. "But we don't have to like it. Oh, Elsa May, we didn't tell Kelly everything we know about Solange. We should have said she was Basil's cousin's daughter and that she worked for both Basil and Phil."
"We'll call him and tell him. I'm not going back there now. I didn't like the way that man was looking at us."
"Detective Brothers?" Ettie asked.
"Yes."
Chapter 19. A short time later, Ettie and Elsa May drove up to Maggie's house. As soon as Maggie saw them, she waved at Ettie before making her way over. "Did you find out anything?" Maggie asked eagerly. "Yes," Ettie answered solemnly.
"We found out that it's unlikely Phil murdered Basil."
Ettie stared at Elsa May. She wasn't helping. "It's not good news."
"No, it's not," Elsa May said.
"We'll tell you all about it when we're all sitting down." "Sounds serious." After securing the horse, they all entered Maggie's house and took seats. "Phil is gone," Ettie said quietly. "That's okay. You can try again tomorrow. I'll come with you. I wonder where he went. Did you try his workshop?"
"He's dead, Maggie," Elsa May said.
"Who?" "Phil. We found him dead." Ettie gasped a breath of air. Maggie's hand flew to her mouth. "How?"
"Murdered,"
Elsa May answered in a whisper. Maggie's eyes widened, and she sat back in her chair. "Who could have done something so awful?" "We don't know yet," Ettie replied. "But we're going to find out. We owe it to Phil and the community. We don't want the press to run stories about this. It'll look so bad. 2 of our people have been murdered. We don't want anyone to think someone in our community is a killer."
"I'll help in any way I can," Maggie said. "We all have to stick together and find out who did this. Phil was a good man and didn't deserve to die like that. Neither did Basil." Elsa May placed a comforting hand on Maggie's shoulder. "We'll find who did this, Maggie. We won't rest until we do." The 3 women sat in silence for a few moments.
"What do we do now?"
Maggie asked.
"We'll start by asking around," Ettie said. "See if anyone saw anything suspicious or noticed anyone acting strange around the time Phil was killed. Maybe someone knows something that they're not telling."
Maggie shuddered at the thought. "I can't believe this is happening in our quiet little town," she murmured. "I know," Elsa May agreed. "But we can't let fear control us. We need to take action."
"Were you the one who found Phil, Ettie?" "We both did. We found him in his kitchen. He was just lying there. We had to stay there and wait for the police."
"How was he killed?"
"Stabbed, same as Basil."
Maggie sprang to her feet and started pacing back and forth. Her face was drawn and her eyes red.
"That's what took us so long. We had to wait for the police and the paramedics and all that."
Maggie wiped a tear from her eye. "I'm not sure who I feel sorriest for, Phil or Basil. I'm so pleased I didn't go to Phil's house with you." "Now we have 2 funerals ahead of us," Elsa May said.
Ettie looked over at Elsa May. "Phil must have known more than he told us."
"I feel sorriest for Solange," Elsa May said. "She must be in a lot of trouble, and she would have never taken the buggies if she didn't have a good reason."
Ettie stared at her sister, trying to understand her logic. "You think she stole all those buggies by herself?"
"Yes, Basil and Phil found out, and she had to kill them."
"We don't know anything about that woman. We don't even know if the murders are related to the stolen buggies. Let's stick with the facts, Elsa May."
"I am. We know that Phil thought Solange killed Basil, so that's something." Elsa May looked over at Maggie and explained. "The detective we know has teamed up with Detective Brothers, who's been looking into the buggy thefts. So I put 2 and 2 together and concluded that they think the murders are something to do with the buggy thefts." "Oh, yes, I see how you thought that," Maggie said. Ettie tapped on her chin while she thought.
"But what if it's not connected to the stolen buggies at all? I know it might seem like it, but what if it's not?"
Elsa May clicked her tongue. "Then I would suspect Margaret, Solange's mother. She could have killed her cousin because of old Moses."
"What about old Moses?"
Maggie asked. Ettie took over.
"Well, you see, we found a letter from Margaret to her cousin Basil that she wanted old Moses dug up so he could be thrown in the family crypt."
"I told you not to say thrown in, Ettie. It's disrespectful to the dead." Ettie means that Margaret wanted her uncle dug up and then placed in a different graveyard with other family members. She was quite upset with them being buried in our graveyard.
"She was distraught,"
Ettie added. "I see." Maggie nodded as she absorbed the latest information. Ettie shook her head.
"Once more, let's just stay with the facts. We don't know anything for sure."
2 men are dead and Solange is missing. To me, it's pretty clear what happened. Besides, Phil told us he saw Solange killing Basil. Ettie, maybe there's a reason she didn't have blood on her." Maggie cradled her head in her hands. "Just don't tell me anything else. It's making my head spin." If only we had asked Solange more questions back when we had the chance, Ettie sighed, staring off into space. Elsa May rubbed her sister's shoulder sympathetically. Don't worry about it. None of us knew any better then. Maggie spoke up. It sounds like you need to find this Solange person. She might know everything. Ettie nodded in agreement. We do. The police are working on that now, too. I hope she'll turn up soon. I'll give you both a ride back home, Maggie offered. Thanks for the help, Maggie, Elsa May replied as she stood up. Elsa May and Ettie had Maggie take them to the shanty near their house to use the phone. They told Kelly the extra information they had on Solange. Chapter 20. The next morning, Elsa May had a thought that she couldn't keep to herself. It occurred to me that mothers are protective. I was thinking the same thing. Solange might have seen her mother murder Basil. Is that what you were thinking? Elsa May narrowed her eyes at Ettie. No. I was just going to say that Solange's mother probably does know where she is. She said they were estranged, but she didn't seem upset by it. I see. Yes, there is that, too. You could be right. I was going one step further with my imaginings. What if she's the killer? That's why Solange ran, because she saw her mother kill Basil. Why would Margaret kill her cousin? You just suggested yesterday she did it because of where Moses was buried. I thought it silly at the time, but then I got to do some more thinking about it. Some family rifts can become wide. I guess so. We'll have to do some digging, Ettie replied. Find out everything we can about Basil's family. Hopefully Kelly will be able to find Solange. Elsa May leaned back in her chair and looked around for the cat. She was sleeping at the edge of Snowy's bed in the corner of the room. Then Elsa May ran her hand along her wool as she loosened it from the ball. The killer could be someone we don't know about yet. Ettie pulled her mouth to one side. With Phil being killed, we know that Basil's death wasn't random. Detective Kelly has always said that the killers are usually someone close to the victims. Elsa May took a deep breath. The two murders have to be linked. Ettie nodded. We could see if Detective Kelly has discovered anything about Solange and go from there. Let's do it. Are you sure? Aren't you too tired to go out today, Elsa May? I can go by myself. Why don't you want me to come? Elsa May asked. Ettie chuckled. I do want you to come. It wouldn't be much fun without you. Exactly. Let's get ready. Elsa May and Ettie told the desk sergeant they wanted to see Detective Kelly. They were told he'd be a few minutes, and they found a couple of chairs in the waiting area. They exchanged nervous glances, silently praying that their visit to the police station would shed some light on the murder of their friend Phil. As they waited, Ettie's fingers tapped rhythmically on her lap, a sign of her restless anticipation. Elsa May clasped her hands together, offering a reassuring smile to her sister. Finally, Detective Kelly emerged from his office, his face serious but welcoming. He approached the sisters and motioned for them to follow him. Without exchanging a word, they walked together into the detective's office. "What did you want to tell me?" he asked once they were all seated. "We just wanted to know the latest," Elsa May said. Ettie nodded. Yes, that will help direct us where we should go. He rubbed his neck. We're no further ahead than when we talked on the phone yesterday.
We've had no luck in tracking down Solange. Margaret never told us about Solange. I'm going back today to ask some further questions. We need to speak with Solange. I'm sure she'll provide us with vital information."
"What if Margaret did it to protect her daughter?" Ettie asked.
Kelly's eyes opened wide.
"You mean killed both men?"
Ettie nodded.
"Do you have proof?" he asked.
"No,"
Kelly sighed. "Both victims are from your Amish community. Maybe you need to keep asking questions. Guessing is not going to do anyone any good. Also, Solange might look guilty, but that doesn't mean she is."
Elsa May looked over at Ettie. "Come on, Ettie. We shouldn't have wasted our time coming here today." A smirk hinted around Kelly's lips.
"Sorry you feel that way."
Ettie pushed herself to her feet.
"It's not your fault."
Elsa May and Ettie hung their heads, feeling defeated as they left the police station. But the topic of Solange returned that evening when the two were sitting around the dinner table eating their meal.
"How are we going to find Solange when the police haven't been able to find her?"
"Give them a chance, Ettie. A mother protects. That keeps going over in my mind."
"We'll go there early tomorrow. If Margaret's not there, I don't know what we'll do."
Elsa May finished her mouthful. "If she's not there, she might have left some clue in the house."
"What clues?"
"Clues to where she's gone and where her daughter might be."
Ettie nodded. "True, and I'm guessing she lives close by because she got there pretty quickly after Basil's death."
"You've got an answer for everything, Ettie."
"I know, I do."
"I must admit you are good at some things, but you weren't very good when we went fishing."
"Oh, no, that was a disaster," Ettie laughed.
Elsa May's eyes grew wide. "I just realized something."
"What?"
"I left the fishing rod in Arthur Huber's buggy." Ettie heaved a sigh when she thought about inadvertently stealing Arthur's buggy.
"You can ask Arthur Huber for it. Not me. I'd be too embarrassed to mention it."
Elsa May gave a nod as she cut up her potato. "I will ask for it back. I'm sure Arthur hasn't even noticed it's there. We'll do that soon. We still haven't apologized to him."
Ettie wasn't looking forward to that. "We've got to look at the facts about the murders. Now that both Fine R Buggy company owners have been murdered, who benefits?"
Ettie asked. "Not the relatives of Phil or Basil, because the business was going downhill."
"We should have thought of this before."
Ettie bit her lip. "I thought we did," Elsa May said.
"I think we did, and then we forgot it."
Ettie stretched her hands in the air and then yawned.
"The Yoder Buggy place benefits. They could be behind everything."
Elsa May frowned. "It's a little far-fetched. People don't go around killing people who own opposition businesses."
"We've got a big decision to make. Do we visit Yoder's Buggies tomorrow or Margaret?"
"We need to see Margaret to find out where Solange is. Hopefully she'll tell us. If we don't get anywhere with that, we'll go to the other place."
"Good idea." Ettie let out a sigh. "I feel better now that we have a plan."
Chapter 21. The following morning, Ettie and Elsa May arrived at Basil's place. Margaret's car was parked in the driveway, which meant she was probably inside. Yet they were completely taken aback when the person who answered the door was Solange. Elsa May let out an astonished gasp. "Solange!" The young woman grinned at them.
"Hello."
Margaret emerged from behind her daughter. Please come inside, ladies. Elsa May and Ettie glanced at each other before complying with the invitation. There wasn't any indication of danger in Margaret's demeanor, but Ettie sensed they would learn something new. Solange sat on the couch, and the sisters sat down next to her, neither of them knowing what to say. "Have you heard about Phil?" Solange asked. Ettie stared at her incredulously. "You know what happened to Phil?" "Of course I do," Solange responded. "Solange knows who the murderer is," Margaret informed. "Who?" Ettie and Elsa May chorused. "Silas." "Did you actually witness him do it?" Elsa May asked. "I heard from someone that he was boasting about getting away with the killing," Solange answered. Ettie's eyes widened. "Did you contact the authorities?" "No, I was afraid," she confessed. "Silas can be intimidating. I thought he may come after me if I told anyone." "Can you explain why Phil said you were the one who killed Basil?" Solange sucked in a deep breath. "He said that?" "Yes, he did." The corners of Solange's mouth drooped, and it seemed like she was trying to hold back tears. "That's not true. Basil and I went to the markets together to pick out some nice food for dinner. We split up to look for different vegetables, but he forgot to give me any money, so I went back to find him. That's when I spotted him going around the corner of a stall, and when I followed, I saw him on the ground. There was a knife beside him, and I rushed over." "Oh, no," Elsa May lamented. "What did you do then?" Ettie asked. "I thought I saw Silas running off, but I couldn't make out his face. When I pulled on the knife stuck in the wall, I knew it was too late for me to catch him. Phil walked up and noticed my hand on the blade, so I took off without a word. He'd never believe me. He'd always had something against me, since he wanted to give the job to his nephew Andrew instead of me." Elsa May and Ettie gave each other a look before turning back to Solange. "Why didn't you go to the police?" Ettie asked. "I was scared," Solange said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I knew they wouldn't believe me. I didn't want to end up in jail for something I didn't do." Elsa May stared at the young woman in front of her. "We believe you," she said. "All we need to do is find out who really killed Basil and clear your name." Solange nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. "Thank you," she nodded. "I don't want to run forever. That's why I came back." "You should tell Detective Kelly everything you know," Ettie said. "I probably will. I just need to get my head together first." Solange's mother said, "You two seem to ask a lot of questions. Are you doing your own investigation?" "That's right," Ettie said. "We are trying to get to the bottom of things. We need to find out who really killed Basil and make sure that Solange is cleared of any wrongdoing." "I appreciate your help," Solange said. "But please be careful. Silas is dangerous. He might try to hurt you, too, if he thinks you're getting close to the truth." "Don't worry," Elsa May said. "We'll be careful. We won't let anything happen to us or to you." Solange's mother spoke up again. "Do you think Silas did it, from what you know?" "We don't know yet, do we, Ettie?" "You don't believe me?" Solange asked. Ettie shook her head. "Not yet. You didn't see his face, you said. We've talked to a few people, and we're going to keep digging until we find out who really did this." "Good luck," Solange said, giving them a small smile. "And thank you again. You're like my guardian angels. You keep appearing when I need you." Margaret put a hand on Solange's shoulder. "The detectives have been here, and they'll keep coming back until they find you." Solange nodded. Okay, I'll tell them everything. But please don't let Silas know where I am. I won't. I'll make sure you're safe. Margaret turned to Ettie and Elsa May, who were still standing in the middle of the room. We need to go to the police right away. Silas needs to be brought to justice for what he's done. But Solange is not sure it was Silas, Ettie said. Margaret shook her head. It's got to be him. Who else? You want us to go with you? Elsa May asked. Yes, please come with me. I'd feel better, Solange said. Chapter 22. When they arrived at the station, they were immediately taken to Detective Brothers because Kelly was occupied. The detective listened intently to everything Solange said, taking notes as she spoke. After a lengthy discussion, Detective Brothers assured them the police would do everything possible to keep Solange safe and bring the perpetrator to justice. Unfortunately, Solange could offer no solid proof that Silas was the killer. Ettie knew it would be a wasted trip. As they left the station, Ettie couldn't shake the feeling that someone was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike. Let's get to the car, Solange said. When they arrived back at Basil's house, they quickly locked all the doors and windows, making sure they were secure. Solange was visibly shaken, as was Margaret. Don't worry, we're all in this together, Margaret said. We'll figure this out. I'm going to call the police and ask them to give us protection. I should have thought about that when we were there. When Margaret got off the phone with the police, she informed them that the police said all they could do was send a patrol car past the house at regular intervals. It's not much, but it's something, Margaret said. Ettie licked her lips. Margaret, can I ask why you're staying here? Wouldn't you feel better somewhere else? Your own home, perhaps, Elsa May asked. I'm staying here until the funeral. My home is being fumigated. We had a mice problem. I can't go back there for a couple of days. You know Herbert and Millie, right? Elsa May asked. Margaret nodded. Yes, Herbert was Basil's best friend and Phil's brother. But don't mention Millie to me. Basil and Millie never got along. Margaret noticed that Elsa May frowned. Why do you ask? Phil gave Herbert money. It was complicated. It was borrowed under the business name, and then Herbert ended up with it. Really? It's true, Ettie nodded. That is odd. I had no idea. That changes things. She paused for a moment, lost in thought. We need to find out more about this money. Ettie turned to Solange. What's the real reason you think Silas murdered Phil and Basil? I didn't tell the police this because I felt like they just wanted to get rid of me, but I'm sure he has something to do with the Yoder's Buggies Company. I saw the Yoders in town, and he was speaking with them. I was shocked because they've taken so many of our clients. Silas gets on his phone out the back whenever he hears about a buggy being stolen. I once asked him who he spoke with, and he said it was none of my business. I think he was doing Basil wrong by speaking with the competition. The competition of fine R buggies? Elsa May asked. Solange nodded. That's right. Ettie nibbled on a fingernail. We need to talk with these people. Who? Elsa May asked. The people who own Yoder's Buggies. They're the competition, aren't they, Solange? That's right. Margaret smiled gratefully. Thank you. We need all the information we can get. Can we help in any way? Elsa May shook her head. No. Yes, Ettie said. You could drive us to Yoder's Buggy's workshop.
Margaret raised her eyebrows. You think the Yoders had something to do with Basil's murder?
Ettie shrugged. It's a possibility. We need to talk to them and see if they have information that could help us.
Margaret nodded. Okay, I'll take you there in the morning. But be careful. We don't know who we can trust right now.
I think we should make an early start. We'll give you our address. And can you be there at 8 in the morning?
Yes. How about I drive you home and then I'll know where you live? Elsa May grinned. That will be wonderful, thank you. Margaret glanced over at Solange. You'll have to come with us tomorrow. I'm not leaving you alone. Solange nodded bravely. Don't worry, I'm coming. Chapter 23. As dawn broke, Elsa May was already in the kitchen brewing coffee. Ettie soon joined her in the kitchen, looking determined.
I've been thinking about Millie and Herbert. They borrowed money, so they might not have wanted to pay it back. Now they want half the fine R buggy's business.
No, Ettie. They probably want all of it now that Phil is dead.
You're right. Yes. That's a motive to want both men out of the way. We'll visit the Yoders, and if we come to a dead end, we'll focus on Phil's relatives. Millie and Herbert will still be in town until his funeral.
I agree, Elsa May chimed in. But we need to be careful. We don't know who we can trust. Just then there was a knock on the door. Then they heard, Ladies, are you ready to go?
Yes, we'll just be a minute,
Ettie said as she leaned down to stroke the cat and give the dog a pat. I'll just make the sandwiches first.
We can't do that. There's no time now. You asked her to be here at 8, and it's 8 now.
Elsa May's mouth turned down at the corners.
How can you think of food? We've just finished breakfast.
The door knocking continued. Ettie grabbed Elsa May's arm and started walking. Okay, but don't blame me if I have a blood sugar drop and faint.
We'll cross that problem when we come to it.
Ettie opened the door to see Margaret, and beyond her she spied Solange sitting in the car. Good morning, are you ready? Margaret asked with a huge smile.
Yes, we are.
Ettie followed Margaret back to the car, wondering why Margaret seemed so happy. Yesterday she'd been afraid for her and her daughter's safety. They piled into Margaret's car, with Solange in the back seat, still looking scared. As they drove to the Yoder's buggy workshop, it was hard to talk, as Margaret was playing loud classical music. She eventually turned it down when she wanted to talk. Thank you for helping us, both of you. We haven't done anything yet, Elsa May said. I know, but at least you're here. Goodness only knows what the police are doing. I feel as though they didn't even listen to Solange.
I think they did, but they always need proof before they can make an arrest.
Here we are. Margaret pulled over and parked the car. According to my navigation system, the buggy place is in the next block. As they got out of the car, Margaret turned to Solange. You stay in the car where you'll be safe. Okay. Solange appeared grateful for the chance to stay behind. Margaret, Ettie, and Elsa May walked up to the workshop. It was similar in size to Basil and Phil's workshop, except a lot of it was out in the open. A middle-aged Amish man came out to meet them. Good morning. Hello, can I help you? He asked. Elsa May stepped forward, and Ettie was instantly grateful that she was taking the lead. We're hoping to ask you a few questions about your business. Is your last name Yoder?
"I am Jacob Yoder," he said with a degree of hesitancy. "How can I help you?"
We were wondering if your business had any impact on the Fine R Buggies repair shop, Ettie said, trying to sound more direct. Margaret added, Fine R Buggies isn't just a repair shop, it's a buggy store, more or less. Elsa May nodded. You might know it as Fine R Buggies. Jacob's face fell.
Ah, I see. I heard our business did cause some grief for them. But we never meant any harm. We're just trying to do what we do. Do you know anything about Basil's loan to his sister-in-law, Millie? Elsa May asked.
Ettie stared at Elsa May. She was completely off track.
Jacob looked surprised, too. I know someone called Basil owns Fine R Buggies, but I don't know anything about his dealings. Can't help you there, sorry.
He glanced back at his workshop, and Ettie knew that he would say he had work to do. Margaret sighed. Thank you anyway, Mr. Yoder. We appreciate your time. Ettie stood there while Elsa May and Margaret started walking away. Ettie was annoyed. She hadn't had a chance to ask any decent questions. Please, Mr. Yoder, I think it's important to tell you that both owners of Fine R Buggies have been murdered. His mouth opened slightly, and his face went white. You didn't know? Ettie asked. He shook his head.
I'm sorry about that.
Would you know anyone who might benefit from their deaths?
He shook his head again. Were they friends of yours?
They were. They belong to our community. I'm assuming you are in the Wellspring community.
That's right. It was started by my brother 10 years ago. I am so sorry. Murdered, you say?
Yes.
Do they know who did it?
No. Ettie stared at him. It was her best guess that he had nothing to do with the murders.
Why are you asking me about it? He asked.
Ettie took a deep breath. I believe that someone suspects that Silas, an employee of Fine R Buggies, was giving you information.
I know nothing. I'm sorry. I can't help you.
He glanced over his shoulder again, rubbing his chin.
If you excuse me, I have work waiting.
Of course. The two parted, and Ettie caught up to the others. She was pretty sure he did know Silas because he denied it way too quickly. She'd keep her ideas to herself. As they walked back to the car, Ettie said, It's like everyone is hiding something from us. I know, Margaret said. But we can't give up yet. We have to keep digging. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise from the direction of the workshop. It was like a loud thump or a small explosion. They hurried back to see what was happening and found Jacob on the ground holding his head. What happened? Margaret asked, rushing to his side.
I don't know, Jacob groaned. Someone hit me from behind.
Ettie looked around, but there was no one in sight. We need to call an ambulance, she said urgently, pulling a phone from her bag. As they waited for the ambulance to arrive, Ettie couldn't help but wonder if they were getting too close to the truth. Jacob had insisted he didn't see anyone. When the ambulance arrived, the paramedics helped Jacob onto a stretcher and loaded him into the back. They said he should have x-rays. Ettie watched as they drove away, feeling more determined than ever to find out what was going on. We're not giving up, Ettie told Margaret. We'll find the answers we need no matter what. Elsa May nodded in agreement.
We have to keep pushing forward."
When they got back to the car, Solange was gone. Chapter 24. Just when Margaret started panicking about her missing daughter, Solange came strolling back to the car. Instead of being pleased to see her, Margaret was furious. "Where were you?" "You were taking ages, so I went to get an ice cream, but the ice cream shop has closed down." "What took you so long?"
"Get in the car and I'll tell you," Margaret growled. As they returned to the car and drove away, Margaret informed Solange about what had happened. Ettie couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. She glanced behind her, but there was no one in sight.
"We need to be more careful," Ettie said. "You shouldn't have gone off on your own, Solange."
Everyone was silent for a long time. Margaret wasn't even playing her loud music. That afternoon, Ettie and Elsa May felt the need to talk to someone else rather than just speak between themselves. Ettie didn't think it was a good idea to let Kelly know where they'd been, so they went to Maggie's house. They gathered in her living room, drinking hot tea and eating lemon cake. "We went to the workshop of Yoder's Buggies to ask about their business and the loan Basil gave to Millie and Herbert," Elsa May explained, "just in case everything was connected and Jacob knew Millie. It was a long shot, but—"
"Get to the point, Elsa May."
Ettie was still agitated by what had happened. "But someone attacked Jacob Yoder while we were there." Maggie's eyes widened. "Attacked? Did you see it?" "No, but we heard a loud noise and rushed back. We had to call the paramedics, and they took him to the hospital." "Do you think it's related to Basil and Phil's murders?"
"It's possible," Ettie said, "but we don't know for sure."
"It's not just possible, it's probable. We're getting closer to the truth, and someone doesn't want us to find it," Elsa May said. "I have some news, too," Maggie said as she reached for another piece of cake.
"What is it?"
Ettie asked. "Basil's funeral is on Friday." Ettie brought her cup up to her lips and took a sip. Margaret had mentioned nothing to them about Basil's funeral, and Ettie found that odd.
"When did you hear this?"
"Yesterday evening," Maggie continued. "The viewing will be held at the bishop's house." "What about Phil's funeral?" Elsa May asked. "I heard the Phil's body hasn't been released." Chapter 25. On Friday, Ettie and Elsa May were in the bishop's house for the viewing. Ettie stared at the sad pine coffin. It wasn't even polished. It was as though no one cared about Basil. She felt like she'd get a splinter if she touched the wood. Now she couldn't resist. She leaned out her hand, and just as her fingertips were going to connect with the coffin, Elsa May spoke, causing Ettie to jump. "It's a shame that the coffin is closed." Ettie quickly withdrew her hand.
"You know how he died,"
Ettie whispered. "I know that, but it's still a shame. He died suddenly, and he didn't die of old age. That's sad." Ettie looked around while Elsa May chatted about life and death. It was the same old conversation every time they went to a funeral. Ettie spotted Herbert, Millie, and Andrew in the back of the room. Along with Margaret and Solange, they were the only Englishers present. The 5 of them were huddled in a group. They gave the impression they got along fine, even though Margaret had said she never got along with Millie. Perhaps she was putting her grievances behind her for the funeral. Once everyone had paid their respects, the coffin was moved outside and loaded onto the specially made cart. Everyone got into their buggies and followed the coffin to the graveyard used by the Amish and the Mennonites. The Englishers followed at the end of the procession in 2 cars. Ettie and Elsa May traveled with Elsa May's grandson, Jeremiah. Once they were at the graveyard, Jeremiah helped them out of the buggy, and they walked to the grave. The graveyard was not fenced, and many of the older graves were marked by sizable rocks or wooden markers. Elsa May and Ettie stood among the mourners as the bishop gave his final words. "What an honor to be buried here," Elsa May whispered to Ettie.
"Where else would you get buried?"
Ettie whispered back. "Anywhere. I could get buried in the garden at home." Ettie grinned.
"You're silly sometimes. You're not going to get buried at home."
Elsa May smiled back. Ettie studied the 5 Englishers standing on the other side of the grave. None of them were crying, but Ettie didn't want to put too much store on that. Everyone grieved in different ways, and many people wouldn't show emotions in public. Silas stood not far away from Ettie, and he was bowing his head. Ettie scanned the crowd for unfamiliar faces and saw none. Once they lowered the coffin and started filling the grave with dirt, Ettie and Elsa May returned to Jeremiah's horse and buggy. Before they got there, Elsa May spotted Ingrid, Silas's mother, alone. "There's Silas's mother, Ettie. Talk with her and ask her about Silas."
"Me?"
Ettie pointed to herself. "Yes," Elsa May nodded.
"Why don't you talk with her?"
"We'll both go." The 2 of them walked up to Ingrid. "Hello, Ingrid," Elsa May said. She gave them both a nod.
"It's awful that both of Silas's bosses are no longer around."
"I know. I don't know what he will do about his job now. He did say he's had another offer." "Already? That's wunderbar."
"Otherwise, money would be tight for us. Although he seemed to have a lot of spending money. I hope the new place pays him just as much."
Ettie nodded.
"We were just curious about Silas. How he's holding up?"
Ingrid sighed. "He's been taking it hard. He's been distant and moody lately." "I'm sorry to hear that," Elsa May said. "Is there anything we can do for him?"
"I don't know. I feel like he's shutting me out."
Ettie put a comforting hand on Ingrid's shoulder.
"Maybe he just needs some time to process everything."
Ingrid shrugged.
"Maybe, but I just wish he would talk to me about it."
Elsa May and Ettie exchanged a look.
"Silas has always been a private person, even with me, his own mother. He has a tendency to get down on himself when things get tough." "Maybe we could talk with him,"
Ettie suggested. Ingrid looked hesitant. "I don't know if that'll do any good, seeing he doesn't even listen to me. We won't force him to do anything he doesn't want to, but we can at least offer our support and a listening ear," Elsa May said. Ingrid gave them a small smile. "Thank you. That means a lot. I know he was upset when the police talked with him. They were asking a lot of questions about Phil and Basil's deaths. Of course, he had nothing to do with it. I hope they find the killer because no one feels safe with the killer on the loose."
"I'm sure it was something to do with the buggies,"
Ettie said. Ingrid grabbed onto Ettie's arm. "Silas worked there. Could he be next?" Ettie shook her head.
No, I don't think so. You've got nothing to worry about."
Elsa May asked. "So Silas had a lot of money to spare when he was working at Fine R Buggies?" "That's right. He bought me a brand new buggy." "Do you know if the money came from his job, or did he have a second job?" "No," she shook her head. He would have told me if he had a second job. Besides that, he lives with me, and he's always home at the same time." Ettie and Elsa May exchanged another look. They both had their suspicions about where Silas had gotten money, and it wasn't from a second job. But they didn't want to upset Ingrid any further, so they stayed quiet. As they were walking to the buggy, they caught sight of Andrew and waved. He walked over to them. "Andrew, how are your parents?" Ettie asked. He glanced over his shoulder at them. "They're fine. Dad was a good friend of Basil's, but it will hit him worse at Phil's funeral, being his brother and all." Ettie didn't think it was the place to ask questions, but she wasn't sure when she'd get another chance. "I'm getting the feeling that Basil and your father didn't always get along." "Their relationship was up and down. Basil kept flip-flopping on whether he was going to give me a job or not, and that didn't help. He was all set to give me a job, and then he gave it to a relative. I didn't know that until I got here." "Oh, yes, that would be Solange." "That's right. I was pretty unhappy about that, but it doesn't matter now. The buggy shop will probably close." "You might be right." "Have you heard anything about that?" Andrew asked. "No. We don't even know who to be making those kinds of decisions now that both Phil and Basil are gone." "It'll be sorted out soon. I think it'll be left for my folks and Margaret to sort out." "That sounds about right." Andrew glanced over his shoulder at his mother and father. "I better get back to them. They're pretty upset."
Chapter 26. A couple of minutes later, Jeremiah joined Ettie and Elsa May.
"Are you ready to go home?"
"Yes," they said at the same time. Once they got into the buggy, the rain poured down. "That's unexpected," Elsa May said. "Not really. We always say that it always rains at funerals."
"There are refreshments at the bishop's house. Do you want to go?"
Jeremiah asked. "I'm a bit tired," Elsa May announced. Ettie looked over at Jeremiah. "Do you want to go?" Ettie asked.
"Not especially. I do want to get home to make sure nothing's leaking. I'm building on an extension, and I wasn't expecting this rain."
"Why don't we all give it a miss, then?" Ettie asked.
"Fine by me," Jeremiah agreed.
"What do you think about the buggies being stolen?" Ettie asked Jeremiah.
"Mine was stolen."
"That's right. I forgot about that." Elsa May turned around and looked at Ettie.
"I told you at the time."
"I know, but I forgot. So, do you have any thoughts on who stole it, or why your buggy was stolen over someone else's?"
"No idea. It was new, so that was awful. I had to buy this older one."
"And where did you buy it?" Elsa May asked.
"I bought it from Yoder's Buggies."
"Why didn't you buy it from Fine R Buggies?"
"The other place offered me a good deal."
"A good deal?"
"Yes, they were offering their older buggies at a good price. I normally buy from Basil, but now everyone will probably shop at Yoder's Buggies."
Elsa May raised an eyebrow. "I don't trust that Jacob Yoder man that we met. He seemed shifty to me." Jeremiah shrugged.
"I met Jacob Yoder. He seemed pretty nice to me. And the buggy has been reliable. I've had no problems."
"Well, just be careful," Ettie warned. "There have been a lot of buggy thefts lately, and I wouldn't be surprised if Yoder's Buggies is involved in some way."
Jeremiah nodded. "Thanks for the warning."
Ettie raised her eyebrows. "Did you check their reputation before buying this buggy from them?"
Jeremiah shrugged. "Not Really, I just wanted a buggy and they had one. It seemed a fair price, so I went ahead with it." Elsa May shook her head. "That's not smart, Jeremiah. You should always ask around before making such a big purchase." Jeremiah shrugged his shoulders. I know. I was just in a hurry to replace the stolen one." Ettie put a hand on his shoulder.
It's okay, Jeremiah. We all make mistakes. Just be more careful in the future.
Jeremiah nodded. "Will do." Ettie turned her attention to the road ahead.
Can I ask you a question about something else, Jeremiah?
"Of course. What do you want to know?"
What do you know about old Moses, Basil's father?
"I don't know much. Why's that?"
I was just wondering.
"What have you heard?" Jeremiah asked.
Ettie shook her head. Nothing. I was just wondering if they had Amish roots or were from a plain Mennonite family.
Jeremiah laughed. "I don't know. You'd know more about all that than I would." Ettie found a letter that was written to Basil. There was some ill will over where his father Moses was buried. Jeremiah glanced in the buggy's rearview mirror at Ettie. "Aunt Ettie, why were you reading Basil's letters?"
I didn't mean to. It was there.
"She was looking for clues," Elsa May told him. Jeremiah shook his head. "Don't tell me any more. You know I don't like it when the two of you get drawn into these things, and please don't tell Ava. She's got enough going on with her mother being so ill."
We won't say a thing to her. Send her our love. We'll visit her and the boys when they get back.
"Denka, I'll let her know." Elsa May sighed. "It is a shame about her mother. I wonder if there is a chance she might pull through." Jeremiah shook his head. "It's not looking good. She's resting comfortably, but she only has a few days left." Elsa May patted her hand. "There's nothing anyone can do then but pray. God will help her through." Ettie nodded. "Yeah, I agree. God will be with them." "He will," Jeremiah said. Chapter 27. The following day, Ettie and Elsa May opened their front door to an extremely flustered Maggie. Before they could say anything, she said, "I thought you'd both like to know that they're moving old Moses' body." Ettie's mouth fell open in shock.
Who's moving him?
"Just some people who do that kind of thing." "But who ordered it?" Elsa May asked. "I don't know."
Margaret,"
Ettie said. Elsa May stared at her sister. "Are you sure?"
Ettie nodded. Who else would do it? You saw the letter.
"What are we going to do?" Elsa May asked, looking at Maggie. "Let's question the people who are moving the body. Maybe we can persuade them to stop until we figure out what's happening."
I don't think it matters anymore. We aren't relatives. Basil was a relative and he's gone now.
"Ettie, that means Margaret won the argument. Do you think—"
What?
"Do you think she killed Basil to finally have her way over where Basil's father was buried?" "Can someone tell me what's going on? And what letter?" Maggie asked. Ettie told Maggie about the letter she'd found belonging to Basil and how it showed that Basil and his cousin Margaret were locked in a feud about where old Moses would be buried. "Margaret must be behind this. We'll only know for certain if we go there now and ask the men with the shovels who is paying them," Maggie blurted out. Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other. "Okay, let's go," Ettie said. "Will you drive us there?" Elsa May asked Maggie. "Of course." When they arrived at the graveyard, they saw two men standing beside the freshly dug hole. "You do the talking, Ettie. Elsa May said as they all got out of the buggy. "Why is it always me?" Ettie grumbled. "I'll do it," Maggie offered. "Excuse me," Maggie called out as the three of them approached the grave. "Could you tell us who hired you to move the body?" The two men looked at each other before one of them spoke up. "We were hired by Margaret Taylor. She said she had full authority to move the body to a different graveyard. Is there a problem?" Ettie gasped. "I knew it." "What are we going to do now?" Elsa May asked. Ettie thought for a moment before coming up with a plan.
"Let's speak with Margaret. Maybe we can convince her to stop this madness. I don't think bodies should be moved once they are laid to rest."
The three of them quickly got back into the buggy and drove to Basil's house, where Margaret was staying. Ettie couldn't help but feel a sense of unease about Margaret. She'd lied to them from the beginning about Solange. She hadn't been estranged from her. What else was she lying about? They got to Basil's house and then knocked on the door. And after a few moments, Margaret answered. "What do you want?" she asked, a scowl on her face. She had never acted that way toward them. Something was going on. Without wasting time, Ettie asked,
"We want to know why you're moving Moses' body."
Margaret sneered. "I don't mean to be rude, seeing how you're trying to help my daughter, but this is none of your business. I have full authority to do so." "But why?" Elsa May asked. "Why did you have to move him?" Elsa May moved forward. "Margaret, forgive our intrusion at a time like this. Ettie didn't mean anything by her hasty manner. She was just upset. We all were fond of Basil, and we were also fond of Basil's father, your uncle. We just want what he would have wanted." Ettie was surprised at how softly and kindly her sister spoke. It seemed to do the trick because Margaret's face softened. "I had to do it for his own sake. You see, Uncle Moses wasn't at peace. Before he died, he told me he wanted to leave your community, and he only stayed for Basil. So why should he live all eternity somewhere he didn't want to be? He would want to be with the other side of the family members who weren't in an Amish community. So that's where he's going." Ettie knew they couldn't comment because they weren't relatives of Moses. "Why do you feel so strongly about where he's buried?" Maggie asked. "Because I loved him more than Basil did. Basil never cared for his father as I did," Margaret spat out. "That's why Basil didn't care where he was buried, even though he knew his father's heart wasn't in your community. I cared, though." Ettie noticed the bitterness in Margaret's tone, but she wasn't about to ask more questions. Not so for Maggie, though, who said, "It's not about who loved him more, it's about respecting his wishes and his memory." "Did he ever mention where he wanted to be buried?" Elsa May asked. Ettie knew they were getting off track here. This seemed to have nothing to do with Basil's death or with Phil's death. Margaret hesitated before answering. "No, he never did. But I loved him more, so I've made this decision. That's the end of it."
"Why did Moses want to leave? I'm just curious."
Margaret's eyes filled with tears. "He was unhappy here. He missed his family members that had left the community. He felt trapped. Please don't say anything else. I've made my decision, and I don't want to feel guilty." "It's okay, Margaret. We understand."
Ettie glanced into the house. "Where's Solange?"
"I'm not sure. She said she had something important to do, and then she left." Ettie could sense that Margaret was hiding something.
"Margaret, can you tell us the truth? Is there something else going on? There has to be more to this graveyard debacle."
Margaret hesitated before answering. Fine, there is more. But it won't make a difference to anyone but me. We'd still like to know, Elsa May said. Are you sure you want to know? Margaret asked.
Most definitely.
Ettie gave a nod. Chapter 28. Let's sit. Once they were all sitting in the living room, Margaret began. Basil and I made a deal. Basil and I finally came to an agreement. He'd allow his father to be buried where I wanted in return for money. You had to give him money? Maggie asked. Correct. I thought it was worth it. It was the last thing I could do for my uncle. I wired Basil the money. When I went to make the burial arrangements, I found out Basil had already buried him where he wanted. When I confronted him about it, he claimed to know nothing about our agreement. Elsa May shook her head. You must have been furious. I was. Now I have the ability to fulfill our agreement. The situation didn't seem as dire anymore. They now understood the full reason behind the body's relocation.
Can you prove that you had an agreement with Basil?
Ettie asked. Margaret nodded. I have the wire transfer receipts and emails. I can show them to you. Elsa May looked over at Ettie and then back at Margaret. Did you mention this to the police? No, I didn't want him to get into trouble. We were family after all. But I never trusted him again. When they left Margaret and were heading back to Elsa May and Ettie's house, Maggie glanced over at Ettie, who was in the buggy's back seat. What are you thinking, Ettie?
I think that someone intercepted their correspondence. She said she wired the money. Perhaps it landed in someone else's bank account rather than Basil's.
Maggie raised an eyebrow. That's a possibility, but who could have done such a thing?
I don't know yet,
Ettie replied, deep in thought.
But I have a feeling we're getting closer to knowing a lot more about everything.
Ettie was pleased to see her house as the buggy came to a halt. Do you want me to stick around for a while, just in case anything happens? Maggie asked. Ettie nodded gratefully.
Yes, that would put our minds at ease.
They all got out of the buggy and entered the house. Ettie sat down at the kitchen table, her mind racing with theories and possibilities. Elsa May made a pot of tea, and Maggie sat beside Ettie, waiting for her to speak.
I think we need to find out where that money went,
Ettie said finally.
If we can find the person who intercepted it, we might be able to find out who killed Basil.
But how do we even start to look for that person? Elsa May asked, setting a cup of tea in front of Ettie. Ettie thought for a moment before replying.
We need to talk to the bank where Margaret wired the money. They might have records of where it went and who received it.
Maggie nodded. It's a good place to start, but how do we get that information from the bank? Ettie, remember that Silas's mother said he had a lot of money recently?
Yes,
Ettie tapped her chin.
I feel he would have just got an average wage from Basil and Phil. Perhaps that's how he could afford to buy his mother a new buggy.
Elsa May shrugged. It's too early to say for sure, but it's definitely worth looking into. Maggie nodded, determination in her eyes. We'll get to the bottom of this, Ettie. I've seen Ingrid's new buggy, and it would have cost quite a bit. Ettie took a deep breath, feeling a sense of hope after Maggie's words.
Yes, we will. We just have to keep digging.
I'm just throwing this out there for what it's worth, Maggie began. Do you think Margaret is telling the truth about the agreement with Basil?" Elsa May shook her head. "We can't rule anything out at this point, but I'm sure she told us the whole truth in the end." The group fell silent. Ettie was uneasy about what they were uncovering. Basil and Phil's deaths were starting to seem more and more sinister, and she knew they had to tread carefully. She also had to wonder if the killer would strike again. After a second cup of tea, Maggie went home, and Ettie and Elsa May did their best to forget about everything for a little while at least, so they could have a good night's sleep. Chapter 29. The next morning, Ettie and Elsa May woke early, determined to find out where the wired money had gone and to find out how Silas had so much money.
In all likelihood, the bank would not be able to divulge any information about a wire transfer without a court order. It's all about privacy these days. We need to find another way to track down the recipient of the money, Ettie said.
"We could tell Detective Kelly. He'd be able to get the information from the bank."
Yes, Elsa May, but then we'd have to tell him about the old Moses feud. I can just see his face if we were to tell him that. He'd think we have gone mad.
Elsa May sighed. "I guess you're right. But who could have intercepted Basil's communication?"
I've been thinking about that. There are 3 possible people.
"Go on."
Solange, Phil, or Silas.
Elsa May slowly nodded. "You're right, of course, but I hate to think one of them could be involved."
They had access to Basil's letters because he left them lying around in the workshop. Any one of them could easily have intercepted mail or emails.
"I guess so."
Solange disappeared and only reappeared after Phil's death, and we still don't know where she went. And don't forget about Silas's newfound wealth.
"And why do you suspect Phil?"
Only because he was around. You said who could have done it, and he could have. I doubt he would have. It's all just speculation at this point, but we need to start somewhere."
Elsa May nodded, her eyes serious. "Okay, where do we start today?"
"We start by paying a visit to each of them," Ettie said firmly. "We need to hear their side of the story and see if they slip up in any way."
Elsa May nodded in agreement, and they set off to Basil's house where Solange and her mother were staying. They decided to talk with Solange first. As they walked up to the door, Ettie felt like they were getting somewhere, and the reality of it all started to sink in. Solange answered the door, looking surprised to see them.
"Ettie, Elsa May, hello. Do you want to come in? Is your mother home?" "No, she'll be back soon. Is something wrong?" "We just wanted to talk to you about Basil and Phil's deaths," Ettie said, trying to keep her voice steady.
Solange's expression turned serious.
"What do you want to know?"
"We were wondering if you knew anything about the wire transfer between your mother and Basil," Elsa May said, watching Solange closely. Solange's eyes widened in surprise.
"No, I don't know anything about that." "We're just trying to piece together all the information we can," Ettie said. "Do you mind if we come in and talk?"
"Of course." Solange stepped aside to let them in. They sat down on the couch, and Ettie started asking questions about Basil and Phil's relationship with her. She answered them with ease, but Ettie could tell something was off. Solange seemed nervous, her gaze darting around the room as she spoke. After a while, Elsa May and Ettie thanked her for her time and left, heading for Phil's workshop next. They found Silas, and he looked surprised to see them. "What are you doing here?" he asked, eyeing them suspiciously. We just wanted to talk to you about Basil and Phil's deaths, Ettie said, her tone serious. Silas's face fell. Oh, I see. What do you want to know?
Firstly, what's happening to the business here?
He shook his head. I don't know, but there are orders to fill. It seems I'm the only one who cares about that. I'll just keep working until someone tells me to stop, or until the money stops. We were wondering if you knew anything about the wire transfer between Margaret and Basil. Elsa May watched Silas closely, looking for any change of expression. Silas hesitated before replying. No, I don't know anything about that. Is it something I should know?
We're just trying to piece together all the information we can, Ettie said. Do you mind if we come in and talk?
He nodded and stepped aside. Elsa May started. It seems Basil and his cousin Margaret had some kind of agreement about money. She sent him some, but he never received it.
That's right, and we think someone intercepted their communication.
He slowly nodded. Okay.
So do you know anything about that?
Ettie asked. I do. I'm not going to keep any more of Phil's secrets. Ettie was intrigued as soon as she heard the word secrets. And what did Phil have to do with it?
Tell us all you know.
Basil loaned Phil money and Phil was slow paying it back. Basil got annoyed, and I often overheard them arguing about it. We use a computer for our jobs, with the bishop's permission, of course.
Naturally,
Ettie said. So I accidentally read an email that Phil sent. It was still up on the screen. I saw it all. I knew Basil knew nothing about it because he never even knew how the computer worked. It was me and Phil who used it. You see, Basil couldn't read. He hid it pretty well, but he admitted it to me because he had me read some things for him. Ettie and Elsa May looked at each other. He sounded convincing. Did you tell the police? Elsa May asked. No, wait. Do you think it had something to do with the murders?
We don't know, Ettie said.
We're just trying to gather all the information we can. Did you notice anything odd about Basil and Phil's behavior leading up to their deaths? Silas shook his head. No, nothing out of the ordinary. They were both just going about their lives as usual.
We have another question, and we want you to keep being honest with us.
Okay, I'll answer it if I can.
We happen to know that you came into money recently. Can you tell us how that came about?
Ettie asked. Elsa May added, did it have anything to do with Yoder's buggies? He looked at each of the ladies in turn. How do you know?
Tell us everything. If you don't, we'll find out a different way, and that will look bad for you, Ettie said.
He took a deep breath. I'm not proud of it, but I started letting the Yoders know when a buggy was stolen. They'd contact the person who then needed a buggy, and they'd sell them one. Every time they made a sale, I got a commission. They made a lot of sales. Elsa May pouted with complete disapproval. He kept talking. I only did it for a while. I stopped when our buggies started to suffer. I'm not proud of it. He hung his head.
Did anyone find out about it?
He shook his head. I don't think anyone knows. You won't tell anyone, will you?
I don't think anyone needs to know.
So how did you know when a buggy was stolen? I'd hear talk around the place. Everyone stops by here, and we were usually the first to know. Ettie and Elsa May thanked Silas for his time and left. He seems truthful, Ettie. That also explains why he suspected that Phil was the killer. Phil was the one who defrauded Margaret out of the money. It seems Basil never got that letter or any emails about where his cousin wanted old Moses buried.
That's right, because he couldn't read. Oh, dear. Do you think Phil would really do a wicked thing like that?
Elsa May nodded. Perhaps he didn't think of it as wicked. It was a way for him to repay Basil the money he loaned him.
Okay, but Phil wasn't getting the benefit of the money. It was Herbert who got the money.
So it all comes back to Herbert.
Ettie nodded. It seems so.
I've come to realize something about human nature, Ettie.
What's that?
Everyone in their own mind thinks that they are right. Everyone has their own view of things. If they thought they were wrong, they wouldn't do what they do.
I think I see what you mean. Phil found a way to get money to help his brother, Herbert. In some way, he might have also justified why Margaret didn't need the money she thought she was sending Basil.
That's right. Everyone turns things around in their own minds until they are the non-guilty ones. Put it this way. You think I make all the mess at home. And when you're by yourself, there's just as much mess. So you see, it's not me making the mess, it's you. Ettie frowned at her sister's logic, and there was no mess when Elsa May wasn't around. She kept her thoughts to herself. It was better that way. As they walked down the street, Elsa May's words kept echoing in Ettie's mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was some truth to what her sister had said. People had their own reasons for doing things and thought they were right, even if it seemed wrong to others. Ettie turned to her sister.
What do you think we should do now?
Do you really want to know?
Yes, or I wouldn't have asked.
I'd like to go to Arthur Huber's house and get our fishing rod from his buggy.
Ettie's eyes opened wide. How can you think about fishing when there's a killer on the loose?
Elsa May shrugged. I don't know. Maybe it's just my way of coping with the stress of all this. Fishing calms me down and clears my mind.
Ettie sighed. Fine, let's get your fishing rod then, and we'll have to apologize as well.
No, Ettie, you'll have to apologize.
Chapter 30. As they drove the borrowed horse and buggy to Arthur's house, Elsa May wondered if her sister was right. Should they be focusing on finding the killer instead of going fishing? But she knew fishing would help them both. When they arrived at Arthur's house, they found him outside his barn tinkering with his buggy. "Hello, Arthur," Ettie said, approaching him.
"Hey there, Ettie and Elsa May," Arthur said, grinning. "What brings you two here? Looking for a buggy to take for a ride, huh?"
Ettie laughed, pleased that Arthur wasn't upset with them for accidentally stealing his buggy. "We are sorry about taking your buggy. You see, we thought it was stolen. We couldn't see anyone around."
"No harm done."
"Also, we left Elsa May's fishing rod in your buggy," Ettie said. "She left it there." Arthur looked down at the ground. "What is it?" Ettie asked.
"I know I left it in the back." Elsa May opened the door and saw that it wasn't there. "Wait, is this a different buggy?" "Yes, I have a couple. Wait here." He walked around the back of the barn.
Ettie's eyebrows drew together and she turned to her sister. "What's going on?"
"He has another buggy. What's upset you about that?"
"I don't know, but a chill just went up my back." They hurried to the corner of the barn and peeped around. They were surprised to see several buggies lined up in a row. Arthur was opening buggy doors, searching for Elsa May's rod.
"He's trying to find which buggy it was," Elsa May whispered.
"I've heard of people having up to 3 buggies if they have a large family, but this is weird."
Elsa May tugged on her sister's sleeve. "He's coming back." They hurried back to where Arthur had left them. "Here it is." Arthur held the fishing rod in the air as he came around the corner. Elsa May smiled and clasped her hands together. "Where was it?" "In my other buggy." "Wunderbar," Elsa May said as he passed her the rod. She turned to Arthur, feeling bold. "Arthur, do you mind if we ask you some questions about Basil and Phil?" Arthur's expression turned serious. "No, I don't mind. What do you want to know?" It was unexpected, but Ettie seized the opportunity.
We were wondering if you noticed anything strange about their behavior leading up to their deaths,
Ettie said. Arthur thought for a moment before responding. "Well, now that you mention it, I did notice Basil acting a bit strange. He seemed more anxious than usual, like he was worried about something, but I didn't think much of it at the time." "And what about Phil?" Elsa May asked. Arthur shrugged. "Can't say I noticed anything with Phil. He was always pretty quiet to begin with."
Ettie and Elsa May thanked Arthur for his time and started walking away.
"Wait," Arthur called out.
Ettie turned around, full of expectation that he'd thought about something that might be a huge clue.
"Are you going fishing today?"
"Yes, we are." Elsa May held her fishing rod in the air.
"I've just been. Would you like my leftover bait?"
"We sure would." He reached into his bag and handed Elsa May a small plastic bag.
"Thank you kindly."
"Are the fish biting?" Elsa May asked.
"Nope, I didn't get any bites today, but some days are like that."
They heard a door open, and Ettie and Elsa May turned to see Millie coming out of the door. She saw them and quickly went inside and closed the door. Elsa May narrowed her eyes at Arthur.
"Are Millie and Herbert staying with you?"
"Yes, along with Andrew. We're old friends. They're staying on for Phil's funeral."
"Well, thanks again for the bait. We'll see you again soon."
"Yes, goodbye."
Once they were away from Arthur's house, Ettie glanced over at Elsa May. Then she looked back at the road. "What do you think of that?"
"I'm trying to figure it all out. Arthur has to have something to do with stolen buggies. No one owns that many buggies. They must be part of the stolen buggy haul. That means that Millie and Herbert are in on it too. Should we call Detective Kelly?"
Ettie drew in a deep breath. "We can't. Arthur's a member of our community."
"Shall we tell the bishop then?"
"No, we don't know anything for certain. All we know is that we saw a lot of buggies. We don't know that they're the stolen ones."
"I've got it, Ettie. Jeremiah's buggy was stolen. All we have to do is get Jeremiah to have a look and see if one of them is his old buggy."
"How are we going to get Jeremiah to do that? He won't even allow us to talk about anything like that in front of him."
"You're right, Ettie. Let's take a few hours off to go fishing. With my fishing skills, we can have a nice meal tonight. Only..."
"Only what? You don't want me to talk because I'll scare away the fish?"
"Yes, and also, we shouldn't bring the animals with us this time. They're too much of a distraction when I'm focused on the fish."
"I guess we can leave them behind and see if that improves your fishing skills."
Ettie chuckled.
Chapter 31. As the sisters walked to their fishing spot, without their animals this time, Ettie felt a sense of peace. The sound of the water and the chirping of the birds was soothing. "This was a good idea, Elsa May. It's just what we need."
"I know it. Don't forget, don't talk too loudly. I don't want you to scare the fish away."
"Okay,"
Ettie whispered. "You don't have to go that far. Just be normal."
"I'll try."
Elsa May set up her fishing rod, baited the hook, and cast her line into the water. It landed with a splash. Ettie watched her sister fish for a while before finally breaking the silence.
You know, Elsa May, I've been thinking about what you said earlier, about everyone thinking they're right and having their own reasons for doing things. Elsa May looked over at her sister, still focused on her fishing. What about it? Well, I keep thinking about Silas and how he said he was just trying to make some extra money by letting the Yoder's buggies know when a buggy was stolen. He saw it as helping both the buyer and himself. But in reality, it was fraudulent. Elsa May nodded. I see where you're going with this. And if Phil was the one who defrauded Margaret out of the money, maybe he saw it as a way to help himself or his family. Maybe he even thought he was justified in doing it. And when Basil found out, maybe Phil saw him as a threat, someone who could ruin everything for him. Elsa May reeled in her line and turned to her sister. That's an interesting theory, Ettie. But why would Phil kill Basil then? That seems like a drastic step to take. And as you said earlier, who killed Phil? It doesn't make much sense. Ettie shrugged. Okay, you're right. It is far-fetched for there to be two killers. Just one killer. And I'm believing more and more that it has got something to do with the stolen buggies. I am going to rule out the family feud thing over old Moses. Ettie? Yes? Remember the thing I said about not talking. You're frightening the fish away. I haven't even had a nibble yet. Ettie turned her attention to the beautiful scenery. After a while, she closed her eyes and listened to the sounds of various birds chirping. Just as Elsa May was about to give up hope, she felt a tug on her line. She quickly reeled it in, feeling a rush of excitement as she saw a fish flip-flopping around on the end of her hook. Ettie, look, I caught a fish. She held up the wriggling creature for her sister to see. Ettie grinned, feeling a sense of joy at her sister's success. Great, Elsa May. Elsa May then unhooked the fish and looked into its face. What kind of fish is it? Ettie asked. One with fins. Elsa May gently lowered the fish into the water. It jumped out of her hand, making a splash. What did you do that for? Elsa May grinned at Ettie. I don't feel like fish tonight. No? Well, maybe I did. Isn't that the whole point of fishing? Not the whole point. It's a good excuse to get away from everything, to clear your mind and enjoy some peace and quiet. Ettie chuckled. I see. So it's not about catching fish at all, then? Elsa May shook her head. Not entirely. It is satisfying to catch one every now and then. I think we've had enough fun for one day. What do you think? I agree. Elsa May emptied the remainder of the bait into the water. There you go, little fishies. Eat to your heart's content. The following morning, Ettie took out a pen and paper, and both she and Elsa May went over their list of suspects. Ettie, do you think it was weird that the man from Yoder's buggies was attacked while we were there? Yes, I've been thinking about that. Solange was missing too. She said she went to get ice cream, but I didn't see her with one, did you? I believe she told us that the shop was closed or some such thing. Do you suspect her? Why would she have hit the man over the head? We have to consider that she's mixed up in this somehow. She knows more than she's told us. I still think she saw who murdered Basil, but she's not saying. She said she touched the knife. But why aren't her fingerprints on it? I'm not sure. I haven't heard any mention of fingerprints. You may be right because if her prints were on it, she would have been arrested. Exactly. They were interrupted by a loud knock on their door. Snowy got up and started racing around in circles. I think I know who that is. He always acts like this when Detective Kelly is about, Elsa May said as she got up and picked up Snowy. While Elsa May put Snowy in her bedroom, Ettie opened the door for Detective Kelly.
"Good morning, Detective Kelly,"
Ettie greeted him. "Good morning, Mrs. Smith. May I come in?" he asked.
"Of course, please come in."
Ettie stepped aside to allow the detective to enter. As Detective Kelly walked inside, he spotted Elsa May. "Hello, Mrs. Lutz," he greeted her with a smile. "Good evening, Detective," Elsa May replied, her eyes scanning his face for any hint of news.
"Please sit down,"
Ettie offered, gesturing toward the sofa. Detective Kelly cleared his throat, making a wide berth around Kelly the cat, who was asleep under Elsa May's chair. "I have some news regarding the recent murders." Ettie and Elsa May sat down, eagerly awaiting his update. "We've conducted several interviews and gathered new evidence, and as a result, we've identified a suspect for the murders of the two men, Phil Pucker and Basil Hertzler," Detective Kelly announced. "Who is the suspect?" Elsa May asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Silas," Detective Kelly revealed.
Ettie gasped. "Silas? I thought he was in the clear, wasn't he?"
"We found evidence linking him to both murders. He had a motive, as Basil had discovered his fraudulent activities with Yoder's buggies and threatened to expose him. And Phil had been one of his accomplices and may have been involved in stealing Margaret's money," Detective Kelly explained. Ettie realized that Margaret must have told him about the money. Elsa May shook her head in disbelief. "I never would have suspected Silas. He seemed like such a nice man." Ettie frowned at her sister. They had both suspected him at one point. Detective Kelly nodded. "Looks can be deceiving. We're still gathering evidence, but we believe we have a strong case against him." Ettie and Elsa May sat in silence, processing the news. Snowy let out a small whimper from the bedroom, sensing their distress.
"What happens now?"
Ettie asked, breaking the silence. "We'll be making an arrest soon, and then the case will go to trial," Detective Kelly replied. Ettie nodded.
"Thank you for letting us know, Detective."
"Yes, thank you," Elsa May added, her voice barely above a whisper. Detective Kelly stood up. "I'll be in touch if we need any further information from either of you." Ettie and Elsa May walked him to the door and watched as he descended the 2 front steps. "I can't believe it was Silas," Elsa May said once she'd closed the door.
"Are you serious right now?"
Ettie asked. Elsa May's eyes widened as she stared at her sister. "What?"
"Are you forgetting the buggies we saw at Arthur Huber's place? I'm thinking that maybe Arthur is in it with Silas."
"You might be right."
"I know. We have to do what we can to make sure they've got the right man. Silas told us information that we didn't have before. If he were guilty, he would have kept quiet."
Ettie started tapping her foot. "What is it?" Elsa May asked.
"Herbert and Millie. They are staying with Arthur along with Andrew."
"Do you think the 4 of them are in it together?"
"I'm not sure. If only we could get Jeremiah to find his old buggy among the buggies we found."
"We talked about this, Ettie. He'd never do something like that. I think I'd know his buggy if I saw it. What about you?"
"I guess I would. We've been in his buggy enough times." "Are you saying we should go back there and try to find it?"
Ettie asked. Elsa May gave a nod. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I agree. Let's get a taxi, and we'll stop up the road from Arthur Huber's place and walk back. We'll have to make sure no one sees us.
They grabbed their coats and headed out the door.
Oh, you better let Snowy out of the bedroom.
Wait here.
I'm not going anywhere.
While Ettie waited, she leaned down and patted their ginger cat, Kelly.
You'll be a good boy while we're gone, won't you?
The cat looked up at her and yowled. Elsa May called out from the back of the house. Should I make some snacks?
No, we've just had breakfast.
I know, but we could be out for a long time.
Let's just go.
Elsa May walked toward her. Don't blame me if your tummy starts rumbling in the middle of the day.
I'm sure I'll survive. We won't be gone for long.
Chapter 32. When they got close to the Huber farm, they walked behind the fence shielded by some trees. Oh, Ettie, I just hope we can remember what his buggy was like.
I remember it had a slight chip in the rearview mirror.
I never noticed that.
I did.
Ettie grabbed Elsa May's arm, and they both stood still as they watched a horse and buggy leaving the property. They've gone, Ettie.
Not everyone. Look, there's a car there.
Oh, that means that Millie and probably Herbert are still there, and Andrew. Once they reached the first buggy, they looked around and couldn't see anyone.
We're out of sight here. We can't see the house, so no one from the house can see us.
Let's be as quick as we can about this. I will be shocked if we find Jeremiah's buggy. That'll mean that Arthur Huber is involved in the stolen buggies, too. Wait, Ettie, does that mean Arthur Huber is a murderer? Elsa May asked.
Relax, don't get worked up. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. All we're doing is looking for Jeremiah's buggy. If we find it, then we'll take the next step.
You're right, Ettie. Ettie chuckled to herself. Her sister rarely said she was right about anything. She was mostly wrong, according to Elsa May. The first 4 buggies weren't right. When they opened the door to the 5th buggy, Ettie got into the front seat and moved over so she could get a better look at the rearview mirror. It wasn't chipped. She was just about to get out when she noticed a piece of paper on the floor. She picked it up. It was an invoice for some metal for Yoder's buggies. Ettie knew she had a vital clue, but then saw that there was a name on the receipt. The name was Andrew Pucker.
Elsa May!
Ettie hurried over to her sister, clutching the receipt. What is it? Elsa May got out of the buggy she'd been looking in and straightened up. Ettie showed Elsa May what she'd found. Elsa May shook her head. Andrew is involved. I never would have thought.
Me either. Let's keep trying to find Jeremiah's buggy. You know that Detective Kelly needs evidence. Let's find him some.
Ettie moved on to the next buggy and the next, searching each one for clues as she went when she ruled them out as belonging to Jeremiah. Ettie, Elsa May said. Ettie was inside a buggy.
Wait a minute, I'm trying to see if this mirror has a chip.
Ettie. Ettie grunted and turned around and backed out of the buggy. She saw that Andrew was standing there beside her sister. They'd been found out. Ettie got out of the buggy, trying to think up a good excuse. She couldn't. For a moment, no one talked. Then Andrew said, "What's going on?" Elsa May stared at him. "Why don't you tell us? Why are all these buggies here? Are these all the stolen buggies?" "I don't know anything about them. No one has ever mentioned these buggies. I assumed Arthur was storing them here for fine our buggies." Ettie didn't want to let him know how much they knew about him.
Have you heard that there have been several buggies stolen over the past few months?
Yes, I heard something about it. Andrew nodded. I don't know much. Well, the police believe there is a link to the stolen buggies and the murders, Elsa May said. He rubbed his chin. That's no good. I knew we shouldn't have stayed here. I never trusted Arthur. While we've been here, he's had a few visitors that he doesn't bring into the house. He goes outside to speak with them.
Are they Englishers? Ettie asked.
Some are, and some are Amish, but not from around here. What does Arthur say about the buggies being here? Elsa May asked. I'm not sure. I never asked him. He does spend a lot of time in that shed over there. He pointed to a shed on the far side of the property. Maybe we should have a look in there, Ettie, Elsa May said. Ettie wasn't sure, but she played along. She needed to keep Andrew where she could see him.
Okay. Will you come with us, Andrew?
He nodded. I sure will. I'd like to get to the bottom of it. I'd like nothing more than to find out who killed my uncle and Basil. They started walking to the shed. Where are your parents today, Andrew? Elsa May asked. They're out somewhere. They said they'd be back later on. He opened the door of the little wooden shed. After you. Once they were inside, Andrew asked, So, what have you found out so far? Ettie couldn't see anything of interest in the shed. Nothing. Elsa May shook her head. Who do the police suspect? Andrew asked. Silas.
Elsa May. Ettie frowned at her sister. Detective Kelly had told them that in complete confidence before he'd even made an arrest.
Oops, sorry, Ettie.
At that moment, the receipt Ettie had folded and tucked in her sleeve fell to the ground. She swooped to pick it up, but she wasn't quick enough. Andrew got there first.
What's this?
He asked as he unfolded it. He looked at it, and then he looked up at Ettie and Elsa May. He scrunched the note in his hand and threw it on the ground. Silent, yet sinister, he seized a nearby tin can, its contents permeating the air. It was kerosene. Instantly they knew he was the killer. They were trapped.
What are you doing? Elsa May asked. Let us out immediately or you'll get into a lot of trouble. He threw his head back and laughed. You two were snooping in here and you got trapped. You had a candle.
He pulled a candle out of the drawer and lit it with a cigarette lighter. Elsa May and Ettie huddled together, knowing that any minute the whole building could burst into flames.
Let us go, Ettie pleaded. He laughed an evil cackle.
This is how things went down. The candle came into contact with the kerosene and everything went up in flames. They will find 2 old ladies who tried to put out the flames, but they were overcome with smoke. That's why I'm not covering you both in this. They'll test your clothing if any of it survives. He smiled, seeming pleased with himself.
Ettie gulped. It was you? You killed your uncle and Basil?
How could you? Elsa May asked. He smirked. I guess it doesn't matter if you know, since you won't be around much longer. I paid Solange to kill Basil, but she chickened out, and I had to do it. She took my money, too, but I'll get it back if that's the last thing I do.
Elsa May started shaking, and Ettie put her arm around her. Andrew glared at Elsa May and asked,
Why is she doing that?
She's got bad anxiety. It comes out every time someone tries to kill us. But do go on, I'd love to know more. Why did you kill 2 innocent men?
Pressure from my folks. They wanted me to make something of myself. I figured I'd have my own business. Phil always said I'd inherit the business, but then I found out Basil was going to leave his part to Solange.
That must have upset you, seeing that they wouldn't give you a job, but they gave Solange one.
Andrew finished emptying out the kerosene can.
You've got that right.
So why did you steal buggies?
That was Solange's idea. She had some deal going with Yoder's buggies. She roped in Silas, too. I said I'd help her because I wanted to get her help with what I needed to do. I'm going to get rid of her, too. Before that, I'm getting rid of Arthur. He's asking questions about these buggies. I think he'll have a head-on collision with the truck. Yes, no one will suspect a thing. What truck? Elsa May asked, still shaking. I'm wasting time talking to you two. He sneered at them.
Just tell me this before you kill us. Were your parents involved?
Ettie asked. He shook his head. No. Ettie sighed and looked down.
We thought you were the reasonable one.
He's too stupid, Ettie. He's not very bright. Not smart, huh? I wasn't going to tell you this, but I will now. I'm the real owner of Yoder's Buggies. I had to get the monopoly on buggy sales and drive Phil and Basil out of business, or get the business into the hands of my parents. Either would have been a win for me. Now they'll take over Fine R Buggies, and I'll end up with both businesses.
Wouldn't there be an easier way to make money? I don't understand something. Why did Phil say he saw Solange kill Basil?
I can't say. He shrugged his shoulders. He might have thought he saw that. Anyway, goodbye, ciao, and farewell.
Chapter 33.
So,
Ettie began, talking more to calm her mind than anything else.
You plan to be the sole buggy seller for miles around. Then everyone who needs a buggy must come to you.
That's right. Elsa May then inquired, why buggies and not cars? That would make more sense for an Englisher. Stop talking. Cars are too competitive. So I know that with buggies I can make a decent income. Do you know how much money you can get from buggies?
No,
Ettie admitted. Enough to keep me happy. He struck a match and dropped it on the floor before locking the door behind him. We will die here, Ettie. I don't mind dying, but I don't want to go like this.
Ettie looked at the growing fire surrounding the entrance. Then she tried to stamp it out with her feet. There was no way out of that exit now. All that remained was a small window high up in the wall covered by boards. Grabbing a hammer, Ettie pulled it back over her shoulder and then threw it as hard as she could at the window. It bounced off the wall and fell to the ground with a thud.
We can escape through the window.
How are we going to get up there? Elsa May queried.
Give me a leg up. I'll be able to reach it.
Elsa May didn't waste any time, and Ettie got onto the window's ledge and saw that freedom and life were one jump away. But how would her sister get out?
Jump, Ettie, save yourself.
Without hesitation, she leaped from the shed and managed to land safely on her feet. And then she rolled to one side. Now she had to save Elsa May. There was no time to waste. She could hear the fire crackling. She noticed a ladder against the outside wall and tried to push it into the window. But the angle was all wrong. Seeing Elsa May in the window, Ettie shouted,
Jump! The shed might blow up any minute.
Elsa May replied, I can't. It's no use, Ettie. It's too far. I'll break something.
Ettie held her breath, desperately not wanting to lose her sister this way.
Do it, Elsa May! Jump!
However, Elsa May responded with more feeble protests. When something inside the shed exploded, Elsa May jumped and landed on top of Ettie. They both fell to the ground, and everything went dark. A few minutes later, Ettie opened her eyes and saw a blurry figure looming over her.
Don't move, he demanded. The medics are on their way here.
Ettie had never been so pleased to hear Detective Kelly's voice.
I'm okay, but what about Ettie?
Elsa May asked as she sat up cautiously. Ettie shifted her limbs around.
I'm still alive. Nothing seems to be broken.
Still, I want you to stay in one spot until the paramedics come and make sure you're all right.
Elsa May coughed a little.
See, smoke inhalation,
Kelly muttered, before calling the paramedics to see how far away they were. Chapter 34. The next day, Detective Kelly knocked on Ettie and Elsa May's door. Maggie had been caring for them after their shock.
She let Kelly in and made herself scarce in the kitchen. After Snowy tried to jump all over Kelly, Elsa May had to close the dog in her room. Kelly sat between Ettie and Kelly the cat on the couch. "Did you find Andrew and arrest him?" Elsa May asked. "Yes, on 2 counts of murder and both your attempted murders, and of course for all the buggy thefts. He's named some of the people who were helping him with that. They weren't from your community."
"That's a relief," Ettie said as she patted Kelly the cat. She wondered about Silas, but didn't want him to get into trouble.
"And Solange?" Elsa May asked. "We've charged her with being a co-conspirator at this stage. We might add to those charges as more evidence comes to light. It's just a shame that the piece of evidence you found in the buggy went up in flames."
Elsa May leaned down and pulled a piece of scrunched-up paper out of her knitting bag.
"You mean this?"
He took it from her.
"Yes, thank you. We have other evidence and proof that he owns Yoder's buggies, but this is good to have." "You're welcome," Elsa May said.
"That's how we knew he had something to do with the stolen buggies,"
Ettie said. "I saw it on the receipt on the ground before I got to the window. I'm still not sure how I got up there," Elsa May chuckled. "It might have been a miracle," Kelly said with a twinkle in his eye. Elsa May looked over at Ettie and grinned. "Possibly. Now I must tell you I'm very cross with both of you. I asked you to question people, not poke around looking for evidence. That's my job. It could have been the end for both of you if your friend hadn't called us."
Maggie came into the room with a tray of tea and coffee. She poured a cup of coffee for the detective, and he helped himself to a frosted cookie.
"So," Elsa May said between sips of hot tea, "you saved our lives, Maggie."
"Possibly," she said. "I noticed smoke coming from Arthur's property and thought it was something to do with you two. I remembered you said that's where you were going." Elsa May glanced knowingly at Ettie, who remembered chastising her sister for being too chatty with Maggie. To drive her point home, she said, "It was a good thing we talked about where we were going then."
"Indeed," Maggie replied.
Ettie smiled and drank another mouthful of tea.
"It's another case I can wrap up," Kelly announced.
"Thanks to Ettie?" Elsa May asked.
"Well, thanks to our good detective work. Detective Brothers was just about to discover that Andrew Pucker owned an opposition buggy company. Then it would have been a matter of putting 2 and 2 together. You didn't need to put yourselves in danger."
Kelly bit into his cookie.
"And again, you're welcome," Elsa May said.
Kelly stared at her, confused. "What Elsa May means is that we're glad we could help."
"Naturally, you were of some help. You weren't of no use at all," Kelly said with a grin. "So thank you."
Ettie brought her teacup up to her lips and took a sip. That's the closest they get by way of praise from Detective Kelly. "Did you ever find out why Phil thought Solange killed Basil?"
Detective Kelly nodded. "Phil Pucker said she did it, but he must have seen her there after Andrew had killed Basil. Then he had to kill Phil, his own uncle, so he'd make more money." "Well," Elsa May started, lowering her cup, "Andrew would never have told us everything if he wasn't just about to kill us."
"That's right," Ettie agreed. "We would never have known of Solange's involvement."
"Ettie, don't you think Basil was killed over a family feud? Something to do with old Moses?"
Kelly turned toward Ettie.
"Moses from the Bible?"
Elsa May stifled a chuckle. "Don't worry about it. It's a long story. And no, not Moses from the Bible." Ettie shook her head.
"Detective Kelly, I made pea and ham soup. Would you care to stay for a meal?" "No, thank you. I'd better get home."
Ettie saw Kelly look rather sad. Now that his wife had left him, he didn't have much of a home to go to. "Won't you stay?" Ettie asked him.
He forced a smile. Another time. He drained the rest of his coffee, and then he was gone.
Chapter 35. Ettie and Elsa May were in their living room with Maggie, eating the soup that Maggie had made them, and it was delicious. The house smelled of herbs that Maggie had gathered from their garden. Maggie stood up when she finished her soup. "I'm nervous that my buggy will disappear. I'll just check on it." Maggie hurried out of the house. Elsa May kept eating.
"This soup tastes really nice, but there's just one thing missing."
Ettie held onto her spoon and stared at her sister.
"Please don't say Basil."
Elsa May blinked a couple of times. "I won't say it then, but that's what's missing."
Ettie looked up when Maggie came back inside.
"It's nice of you to look after us, Maggie, but we're fine now."
"It's no trouble. Ettie's right. It's been a delight having you cook for us. But between the two of us, we'll manage. We're feeling much better now."
Maggie smiled and nodded. "Of course, I understand. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I'll be on my way then." She grabbed her shawl and headed for the door. As she opened it, a gust of wind blew in, causing her shawl to flutter. "It's getting colder outside. You two should stay warm here."
"We're not leaving any time soon,"
Ettie confirmed. Maggie turned to Elsa May, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. "Almost slipped my mind." She quickly retrieved a small bag from her pocket and handed it to Elsa May. Upon opening it, Elsa May inhaled sharply. Inside, the fragrant aroma of fresh basil leaves greeted her. Elsa May's face lit up.
"Basil."
Ettie looked at her sister and then at Maggie.
"How did you—"
Maggie chuckled.
"I forgot to add them to the soup. Bye."
And with that, she headed out the door and closed it behind her. Elsa May wasted no time adding the basil leaves to her soup.
"See, Ettie, all things are possible."
Ettie smiled.
Except
what?"
Ettie asked. Elsa May huffed.
"It's not possible for you to unbreak my sentimental cup."
Ettie chuckled.
"I'll buy you another sentimental cup."
Elsa May's face lit up.
"Would you, Ettie?"
"We'll head out to shop for it tomorrow, or the day after, or whenever we're up for it. You pick the one you want,"
Ettie said warmly.
"Thanks, Ettie."
Ettie leaned over and plucked a few basil leaves and sprinkled them over the remainder of her soup. She was delighted to share this moment with her sister. It was a wonderful day to be alive. Thank you for listening to Amish Buggy Murder. This has been Amish Buggy Murder, written by Samantha Price and narrated by Sarah Morsi. Copyright 2023. Production copyright 2023 by Samantha Price.